Chapter 1619. The Dark Spirit King hadn't even begun, and it was already on the verge of breaking down. And Lin made his way toward the Dark Spirit King, and his aura began to climb explosively. Origin energy of the Netherworld. Fire God mode. Star Vein explosion technique. The triple buff spell technique elevated his aura to an extremely terrifying level. Ding Xiaoru clapped his hands before turning toward the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings with a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to help? What are you all standing around for? Have you changed your mind? Change his mind? Wasn't changing his mind the same as opposing Patriarch Zhuyin? They might be able to escape if they offended the Dark Spirit King, but offending the paramount god of the ghost tribe was the same as committing suicide. The tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings immediately pounced toward the Dark Spirit King while roaring. Countless powerful spell techniques swept through heaven and earth. Myriad poison curse, dark ghost claw, silver heaven slaying blade, blood soul falling heavenly hand, all of them engulfed the gargantuan body in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 countless ghosts wailed and held on the Judgment Plaza, and Lin yelled, "Release that beast and let me go first!" He didn't want to see his enemy die before he even had a chance to attack. Patriarch Zhuyin pulled out a red feather fan and waved it gently with a smile. Dark Spirit King, you can attack with your full power, and Lin is here to beat you into submission. If you can last 15 minutes, I'll spare your life and forgive you for what you did in the past. Boom! Just as his voice fell, an extremely terrifying power of darkness suddenly erupted from the area engulfed by the spell techniques, instantly engulfing the countless spell techniques hurtling toward it before spreading for over 10 kilometers. Ah! One ghost tribe, powerful being after another fell amid blood-curdling cries. Not only was the dark earth energy extremely powerful, but it could also engulf the life force of powerful beings to nourish itself. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. His words, which were filled with monstrous might, carried boundless viciousness and darkness, resounded through the heavens and the earth. The Dark Spirit King had only been bullied by the ghost tribe powerful beings because it didn't dare to attack Patriarch Zhuyin. Now that he had received Patriarch Zhuyin's permission, he was naturally able to unleash his true power. The might of a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, was not something that tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings could stand against. Just a single enraged attack would be enough to annihilate thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings. However, at this moment, a man shrouded in flames descended like the sun. He tore through the Dark Spirit King's earthly dark energy before unleashing a fist upon its body. Rumble! The fist energy contained an unparalleled divine might. Like the explosion of the sun, it shattered and melted everything around the judgment stage. The Tianming Mountain, which was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, also began to shake violently. The divine fire dissipated, and Lin's fist was firmly pressed against a black armor. The Dark Spirit King's entire body was covered in a suit of armor materialized from dark energy, and it remained completely unscathed after taking Lin's punch. A sinister smile appeared on its face. Not only is the earthly dark energy the most terrifying dark energy in the opposite shore realm, but it also contains the vast power of the earth, which can provide extremely nature-defying defensive effects. I've already cultivated the earthly dark energy to the pinnacle and fused it into my divine Tao. There's no way you'll be able to break through my defenses in 15 minutes. The Dark Spirit King was only at the Tao integration initial stage, so it wasn't confident that it could defeat Lin. However, it was very confident that it could defend itself against Lin's attacks for 15 minutes. And Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smash his fists down upon the suit of armor. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a series of nuclear bombs had exploded and destructive power shook heaven and earth. All of the ghost tribe powerful beings were knocked back by the shock waves. Hurry! If we want to live, we have to get away from here. So powerful. Is this sect leader and Lin's power? They're not going to tear down the Tianming mountain like this, are they? All of the ghost tribe, powerful beings, retreated as they looked on at the center of the battle. The Dark Spirit King wasn't just focusing on defense. Its 9 long necks extended as it swung its heads toward Enlin like giant hammers. Every time Enlin's fists collided with the Dark Spirit King's heads, he would feel as if an extremely vast and powerful divine mountain was crashing down upon his fists. However, he didn't use any of his other abilities and continued to clash with the Dark Spirit King. Ding Xiaoru unleashed a spell technique to reinforce the Tianming mountain while spectating Enlin's battle with an intrigued expression. TSK, TSK, his K as expected, seeing is believing. Enlin is only at the return to void initial stage, but he's able to fight against a Dao integration initial stage being. He's the most freakishly talented I've ever seen. The paramount god of the ghost tribe didn't mind at all that Enlin was wreaking havoc in his territory. Instead, he found it to be quite interesting. After seeing Enlin fight, he was even more satisfied with the outcome. After a series of intense battles, the Dark Spirit King had also gained confidence, and it was attacking more and more aggressively. Meanwhile, Enlin had developed an objective understanding of his own combat prowess. Without using any hacks, his regular combat prowess was already on par with a Dao integration initial stage super mighty figure. After confirming this, he didn't hold back and unleashed his trump card. Xiaolan, come and help me. Enlin roared. The cry of a vermilion bird instantly erupted into the heavens. Terrifying might and bloodline pressure transformed into boundless pressure that made the Dark Spirit King's breathing falter. At this moment, a figure in a jade dress wielding a dragon sparrow sword flew through the air. The dragon sparrow sword struck the Dark Spirit King's neck with extreme sharpness. The dark earth energy armor clashed with the dragon sparrow sword, upon which an extremely sharp light erupted. A sharp pain suddenly shot through the Dark Spirit King's neck, and it was astonished to discover that Su Xiaolan's sword strike had cracked open its armor. Roar! The Dark Spirit King panicked, and it let loose an almighty roar as its other heads hurtled through the air toward the petite woman like divine mountains. Go, Xiaolan! And Lin rushed to Su Xiaolan's side as a golden lotus insignia appeared on his forehead. He activated his 9-fold Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its fullest extent. He didn't unleash his powers of the heavenly gods in front of Ding Xiaoru. However, the Dao true intent of the 9th stage Earth Lotus Supreme skill was infinitely close to the essence of the earth, and it could be said to be the purest and most ferocious power of the earth. And Lin's palm was enshrouded in layers of golden light as the power of the earth surged forth. Earth-quaking palm. This was a divine ability that he had attained after breaking through to the 8th stage of the Earth Lotus Supreme skill, and it could draw upon extremely terrifying power of the earth. His palm was imbued with boundless power of the earth, and it reached over 1,000 feet in length before crashing down with earth-shattering might. Bam! 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 And Lin swatted away the 8 oncoming heads like he was swatting a volleyball. The Dark Spirit King was knocked dizzy by Enlin's attacks, and it felt as if its head had been shattered. However, that wasn't the most terrifying thing. Its aura had become extremely unstable after being struck by Enlin's attacks, and the dark earth energy armor it had materialized had also become vulnerable. Su Xiaolan's sword strike was like a hot knife through butter, completely tearing through the armor on its neck before slicing open its flesh and bones. An earth-shattering howl of anguish erupted. The Dark Spirit King's head was severed by Su Xiaolan's sword, and blood splattered through the air. Chapter 1620. One of the Dark Spirit King's heads had been severed, but it still had 8 more heads. All of its heads exhaled a mouthful of earthly dark energy at the same time to impede Enlin and Su Xiaolan's approach, and it hurtled back in retreat, clearly trying to evade. However, its body crashed into a sturdy barrier, upon which it tremored violently again. What, this barrier? Only now did the Dark Spirit King discover that the Tianming Mountain had been enshrouded by an invisible barrier, and it was completely unable to escape. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Ding Xiaoru's face. Dark Spirit King, I told you to hold on for 15 minutes, not to run away for 15 minutes. You have to understand that. The Dark Spirit King. Its escape route had already been cut off by Patriarch Zhuyin, so what else could it say? At this moment, Enlin and Su Xiaolan charged toward it again, exerting immense pressure on it. A sense of fear that it had never felt before finally welled up in its heart. Vermilion bird, God, vanquishing strike, earth-quaking palm. Boom, 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 sword projections swept through the air. Holy flames exploded, and the power of the earth surged for over 50 kilometers. The Dark Spirit King howled with anguish, and it was no longer as powerful and domineering as before. If Enlin and Su Xiaolan were to unleash their full power, they would be able to battle even a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. This Dark Spirit King was only at the Tao integration initial stage, so they wouldn't even need to unleash their full power. Roar! Come on out, heavenly ghost sealing bell. The Dark Spirit King had been forced into a corner, and the golden spatial storage tool behind its tail flashed, upon which a massive black bell suddenly appeared in midair. The powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the divine tool made the entire space congeal. Ha ha ha, you're finally willing to let me out for some fresh air, old man. A sinister cackle sounded from the bell, and it was clearly very happy. Sing to your heart's content this time. Don't have to fear any living beings. A determined expression appeared on the Dark Spirit King's face as it spoke in a loud voice. It had rarely used the heavenly ghost suppressing bell before, because even it could not completely control the power of the heavenly ghost suppressing bell. Once the heavenly ghost soul suppressing bell was used, it would be a full-range divine soul attack that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Not only could it kill the enemy, but it could also wipe out its allies and even hurt its master. The only good thing was that the damage to the master would be much lower. The Dark Spirit King clearly didn't have any other options, so it could only unleash this self-destructive technique. So what if Enlin and Su Xiaolan were powerful? All cultivators had a weakness. If their consciousness was weak, then perhaps the Dark Spirit King would be able to kill them. A large number of incantations began to appear on the surface of the giant black bell. It began to laugh and said, "All right, then I'll speak." The terrifying and ear-piercing melody instantly reverberated in the void. The demonic voice from hell began to sound. "Look at that skull! It's big and round. Look at that hip bone, it's flat and wide." The bizarre lyrics pierced through the void and reached the ears of all living beings. And Lin felt as if his entire body had been invaded by the singing. The singing transformed into energy waves that tore at his body, and the peculiar soul power pierced through everything, reaching directly into his consciousness, as if it were trying to crush his consciousness into a boundless abyss and plunge him into eternal darkness. It had to be said that the heavenly ghost soul-suppressing bell was extremely powerful. Even though Enlin possessed the body of the war god, and his consciousness had already become extremely sturdy after experiencing 2 world creations and 2 world upgrades, he was still struck by the urge to vomit in that instant. Su Xiaolan's true dragon divine Tao had already been unleashed to protect its master in the instant that the singing had been unleashed. Even so, her expression was still a little dazed. As for the Dark Spirit King, it was already laughing heartily with blood flowing from all of its orifices. Feel despair. The Dark Spirit King glowered at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with resentment in its eyes. As long as the heavenly ghost soul suppressing bell opened its mouth, no one could withstand this kind of strange singing. Erg. Enlin finally vomited in the end. What disgusting music. Ha ha ha. No one can remain standing when my background music starts to play. The heavenly ghost soul-suppressing bell chortled with glee before continuing to sing. And Lin was feeling extremely unwell, and his eyes gradually turned golden. At the same time, a divine seal appeared on his forehead, from which bursts of golden divine light shone. "Shut up!" And Lin roared with rage. Great divine might technique activated. This was in Lin's most powerful soul spell technique. Golden ripples erupted forth with paramount might, as if a paramount god were roaring from heaven and earth, instantly engulfing the heavenly ghost soul-suppressing bells singing. The divine tool Heavenly Ghost Sealing Bell was extremely sensitive to divine soul spell techniques to begin with, and now it could truly experience the terror of the great divine might technique. It was as if there really was a supreme god staring at it with his eyes, exerting boundless pressure on it as he roared with the peerless heavenly voice, F***CKU! Ah! The heavenly ghost soul-suppressing bell let loose a sharp cry, and it immediately fled back into the Dark Spirit King's storage magic tool. The terrifying singing abruptly cut off. Everyone suddenly fell silent. The Dark Spirit King's mouth gaped open, and the heads that were bleeding from all 7 of its orifices were completely dumbstruck. It ran away just like that. It was in disbelief. Right at this moment, the 2 terrifyingly powerful gods of slaughter charged toward it again. Only then did it discover with despair that it had sustained even more injuries than they had. Go to hell! How dare you make me listen to such a horrible song? And Lin roared with killing intent. I can't let this be asterisk starred live. Su Xiaolan harumphed coldly as her dragon sparrow sword rang loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! The Dark Spirit King's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout the Judgment Plaza again. Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword flashed with lightning and decapitated 3 of the Dark Spirit King's heads. And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword and unleashed his evil sword technique's Eternal Night technique, slicing the Dark Spirit King's body in half. A ding-dong finally sounded from the system. The Dark Spirit King had appeared on the list of Tao Integration Stage super mighty figures that had been beaten into submission. There were now 9 spots, and Lin had finally filled 7 of them. Ha ha ha. Done. And Lin was very elated, and he rewarded the Dark Spirit King with another nuclear lightning fist. Boom! Destructive energy surged through heaven and earth. The Dark Spirit King's earthly dark energy was pulverized by the power of the earth and the power of the golden void lightning before destroying its body. When the energy dissipated, the Dark Spirit King was already lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. All 5 of its heads were expressions of complete despair, and Lin yelled to the tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings behind him. The Dark Spirit King has already lost all ability to resist. What are you all waiting for? Let it receive the punishment it deserves. The tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings finally came to their senses. That's right, the Dark Spirit King was like a dead fish now. So why not take this opportunity to curry favor with Patriarch Zhuyin? Thus, tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings swarmed forward again, and countless powerful spell techniques fell upon the Dark Spirit King, instantly engulfing its body. Chapter 16:21. What was it like to be beaten up by tens of thousands of ghost tribe powerful beings at once? This was a terrifying experience where one's head could experience over 100 different types of pain. All types of cruel curses, lethal weapons, extreme soul attacks, and all types of other powers were unleashed. The Dark Spirit King felt as if it had been plunged into the most terrifying hell, and it was being tortured by tens of thousands of tortures. Duang! A loud and clear sound of the gong resounded throughout the ruling platform. A quarter of an hour is up. Everyone stop. Ding Xiaoru's voice swept toward the ears of all of the ghost tribe powerful beings like a spring breeze. Patriarch Zhu Yin had spoken, so who dared to disobey? All of the ghost tribe powerful beings obediently stopped. but there was still a hint of disappointment on their faces. If they didn't kill the Dark Spirit King, what if its backer, Patriarch Zhuyin, went somewhere else and the Dark Spirit King decided to come after them? However, this was Patriarch Zhu Yin's business, so the Dark Spirit King most likely wouldn't have the guts to come after them. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a slap to the face? The Dark Spirit King lay sprawled to the ground with wounds all over its body, and all 5 of its heads had tears in their eyes. A smile appeared on its face, as if it had just survived an ordeal. I finally made it through. It was already beyond recognition, and there were hundreds of thousands of wounds all over its body. All types of destructive power still lingered in its body, and it was only through sheer willpower that it was able to hold on. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had also stopped. They had already had their fill. Besides, they had promised Ding Xiaoru that they wouldn't kill the Dark Spirit King, and that they could only severely wound it. The Dark Spirit King's body and consciousness had both been severely wounded, and it wouldn't be able to recover without over 1,000 years of rest, let alone join the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. As for over 1,000 years, and Lin was confident that the Dark Spirit King would be nothing more than trash in his eyes by then. It's so good to be alive. The Dark Spirit King said in a feeble voice. Ding Xiaoru made his way over to the Dark Spirit King again, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of the gargantuan creature lying on the ground like a dead fish. Do you know what you did wrong now? Thank you for sparing me, Patriarch Zhuyin. I shouldn't have insulted you and your friends. The Dark Spirit King apologized with all its might. Ding Xiaoru frowned again. The Dark Spirit King shuddered, and a thought seemed to have occurred to it. I shouldn't have created such disgusting dark meat, and I shouldn't have made all living beings acknowledge it for no reason. Ding Xiaoru nodded and placed his hands behind his back. Remember, if you're too arrogant, you'll be slapped in the face. Today, it was Lin who slapped you in the face. Next time, it might be me who slapped you in the face. Yes, Patriarch Zhuyin. I promise that this won't happen again. The Dark Spirit King's body trembled uncontrollably as it made a vow. If Patriarch Zhuyin were to slap its face in person, would it still be able to survive? That's impossible. In all honesty, it was all thanks to Ding Xiaoru and Li Yin that the Dark Spirit King was able to survive. It was in a good mood, and it didn't want to see any blood shed. Otherwise, Ding Xiaoru would have killed the Dark Spirit King a long time ago. Ding Xiaoru turned his gaze to Lin's group and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the beating? If not, we can add more time." "What? You can even add time." Tears welled up in the Dark Spirit King's 5 heads at the same time. "I want to keep beating it, but with its injuries, it'll die if I punch it again." And Lin patted its head with a wistful expression. He didn't really care. He had already completed the system mission, and the Dark Spirit King had been severely injured, so it was no longer a threat to the human race. "Thank you, sect leader Lin, for sparing my life." The Dark Spirit King lowered its head with an expression of humiliation. It was really unlucky today to have been targeted by Lin. Even if the dark meat didn't happen, this scene would most likely have happened, right? The only thing that it couldn't understand was how Lin was on such good terms with Patriarch Zhuyin. This didn't make any sense. No one could answer its questions. The only thing it knew was that Lin was going to be invincible in the opposite shore realm from now on. Oh, there was one more thing, and that was the special flavor of dark meat. It was going to disappear without a trace. After beating the Dark Spirit King, and Lin, Ding Xiaoru and the others left. They came and went like the wind. Tens of thousands of Ghost Tribe powerful beings also dispersed. Regardless of whether the Dark Spirit King dared to retaliate against them, they couldn't stay in Tianming City anymore. Even though they didn't reap any tangible rewards from being a bootlicker for the paramount god of the Ghost Tribe, it was still very satisfying. Only a small number of loyal Ghost Tribe powerful beings remained in Tianming City to clean up the mess for the Dark Spirit King, such as sweeping the ground and carrying the Dark Spirit King away at the border of the opposite shore realm. The purple-robed Ding, Xiaoru waved goodbye to Enlin. Mr. Enlin, contact me via voice transmission talisman the next time you come to the opposite shore realm. All right, goodbye, Senior. Enlin bade farewell to Ding Xiaoru and Li Yin with a buoyant smile before flying into the territory of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. This trip to the opposite shore realm was even more rewarding than he had imagined. Not only had he successfully completed his mission, but he had also coincidentally obtained the underworld Dao Flower and established a good relationship with Patriarch Zhu Yin. The process of beating up the Dark Spirit King was also extremely satisfying. With the paramount god of the ghost tribe, Patriarch Zhu Yin, around, how could he not be satisfied? The sun shone down upon them. The three of them were bathed in a warm light as they flew through the air. After leaving the opposite shore realm, everyone was finally able to see the sun again, and their moods were a lot better. Our next target is the Divine Bat Emperor. According to our information, it's currently at the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain in the central region of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Su Xiaolin said as she looked at the information from the 4-9 Immortal Sex Intelligence Department. The Divine Bat Emperor, an old friend. And Lin smiled with excitement in his eyes. That's right. I was almost killed by it back then. A cold smile also appeared on Su Xiaolin's face. It's time for us to demand an explanation. Back when they were carrying out a mission from the Celestial Court, they had ventured deep into the vast land of blood to obtain the Kirin Blood Jade. However, they didn't think that they would be hunted down by the Divine Bat Emperor and a few other mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. If it weren't for the fact that Enlin had called for help from the Celestial Dharch in time, the Divine Bat Emperor would most likely have killed them. I really should have yelled at it at the time. Don't bully me because I'm poor. And Lin was a little disgruntled. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Is it really that important? And Lin clenched his fists. Of course it is. It'll be even more satisfying to beat it up like that. I'm looking forward to your meeting, Tina giggled. And Lin smiled. I hope the Divine Bat Emperor has improved during these past 100 years. Otherwise, I won't be able to beat it up. Chapter 16:22. The Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain was located in the south-central region of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, which was also the northern part of the Divine Bat Emperor's territory. With the speed of Enlin and the others, they would arrive in less than a day. Apparently, the Divine Bat Emperor is still brooding over the Kirin Blood Jade. Su Xiaolan chuckled. Then I'll give him a chance to take revenge. And Lin raised his head, brimming with confidence. A reminiscent expression appeared on Tina's face. Sai, speaking of the Kirin Blood Jade, I wonder how Uncle Dongfang Zhuangshi is doing. And Lin also sighed with emotion as he recalled that honest middle-aged man. I heard from Xiaolan that Dongfang Zhuangshi has already reconstructed his divine body and recovered his Dao integration stage cultivation base. But because he had to do something, there has been no news of him for more than a decade? Tina nodded. That's right. He said he was going to retrieve something that originally belonged to him. Something that should belong to him? What is it that takes more than 10 years to get? And Lin was a little confused. He didn't know much about this information. Tina shook her little head. I didn't ask. Meanwhile, on the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, as one of the 5 divine mountains of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, it was quite a unique sight. It was over 150,000 feet tall and 80,000 feet wide. From the outside, it looked like a round bowl with a large head and small feet. The peak of the mountain was like a vast and boundless continent. There were countless palaces and magnificent palaces on it, as well as giant beasts with powerful auras moving about. Occasionally, there would be the sound of explosions. It was a battle between bad-tempered beasts. The Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain was one of the 5 divine mountains of the sinister spirit beast cesspool and held an extremely lofty status. Furthermore, It was the territory of the divine Bat Emperor, but even so, duels were still permitted here. It couldn't be helped. Fighting was a daily occurrence for the powerful beings of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. They would rather die than fight. Even the divine Bat Emperor, a super mighty figure of the Tao integration stage, couldn't do anything about this. It could only set up a formation to reinforce the heavenly beast divine mountain in order to minimize the destructive power of the battle. A giant blue bat quickly flew over from the distant horizon. Wherever it passed, hurricanes swept for hundreds of miles, stirring up the winds and clouds in the sky. Ah, it's the divine Bat Emperor, a flaming elephant exclaimed with excitement. What are you yelling about? Have you never seen the great emperor before? A winged wolf glanced sideways. The flaming elephant glared at the winged wolf. So what if I call you the divine Bat Emperor? None of your business. Damn it, you're disturbing my rest. Why are you charging? Do you think I won't tear you apart? Winged wolf's claws were on the ground, and MOC's wind blade domain began to appear. Roar! Why would I be afraid of you? I'll crush you right now. The flaming elephant roared and began to run, causing the earth to tremble as it charged directly at the winged wolf. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Just like that, similar battles were taking place all over the heavenly beast divine mountain at the same time. From the looks of it, all of these battles had erupted due to the return of the divine Bat Emperor. Who knew what they had experienced? The divine Bat Emperor remained completely unperturbed and flew directly into the massive hole at the center of the divine mountain. Yes, the center of the divine mountain was not a magnificent building, but an incomparably huge cave entrance. There seemed to be a world inside, and it was an extremely magnificent cave. 5 giant minotaurs over 10,000 feet tall in red crystal immortal suits of armor held flaming sabers in their hands as they stood guard in 5 different directions. All of them were exuding return to void stage energy fluctuations, so they were clearly 5 extremely powerful immortal beasts. A small crack began to appear at the summit of the white clouds. 2 sneaky figures appeared. Oh no, it was 2 tall and broad figures, as well as a little fairy in a green dress with her emerald eyes. Wow. So this is the heavenly beast divine mountain? It really looks like a bowl filled with rice. Tina's eyes widened as she stared at the massive divine mountain, and she couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. As the chef goddess of the celestial court, Su Xiaolan also nodded in agreement. The mountain is shaped like a bowl, and the soil inside is the rice. The lush grasslands and forests at the summit are the vegetables, and the lavish palaces and buildings are the meat. As for that pitch-black cave at the center, Blackwood Ears, heavenly court chef, God, and Lin chimed in. Su Xiaolan faltered upon hearing this, and a hint of confusion appeared on her exquisitely beautiful features. Blackwood ear mushroom? It doesn't look like it. It's not that blackwood ear mushroom. It's that blackwood ear mushroom. And Lin chuckled. Su Xiaolan faltered for a few seconds before a bright blush appeared on her face, and she slapped Lin on the shoulder. Why, you're so shameless. How could you say something like that? Tina stared blankly at the conversation between the two of them. She didn't quite understand what they were talking about. Perhaps the divine Bat Emperor has been in and out of that cave too many times, so it looks like blackwood ear mushroom. An enlightened expression appeared on Lin's face as he speculated. Shut up. Su Xiaolan slapped Lin on the shoulder with an angry expression, and a blush appeared on her face again, making her appear as if she were a ripe peach. And Lin chortled with glee. He felt like Su Xiaolan was particularly adorable at a time like this. No one had ever dared to make dirty jokes in front of Su Xiaolan in the past. If they did, her dragon sparrow sword would have slashed them mercilessly. However, this was Lin, so there was nothing Su Xiaolan could do. The divine Bat Emperor has entered the cave, so let's go in as well. Su Xiaolan couldn't do anything to Lin, so she could only change the subject. No, the heavenly beast divine mountain is the divine bat emperor's lair. This is its home ground, and the cave is its home ground. Who knows what other dangers are lurking in there? And Lin had a cautious expression on his face. Why don't we wait for it to come out first? When it flies somewhere else, we'll tail it, and then launch a surprise attack. Su Xiaolan felt like this was a reasonable idea, so she nodded and waited with Lin. 1 day passed, and one of the 5 minotaurs sneezed. However, there was still no movement in the inky black cave. 2 days passed, and 3 of the 5 minotaurs sneezed. However, there was still no movement in the inky black cave. 10 days passed. F***CK, we're not waiting anymore. Let's go down. The veins on Lin's forehead bulged. Su Xiaolan was also a little impatient, but she still gave them a suitable reason. We should attack first before anything else happens. I'll listen to Giant Lin. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder and wrapped her arms around Lin's neck, bringing with her a refreshing fragrance. The 3 of them immediately unleashed their void body mantra to conceal their auras before flying toward the massive cave. Not only that, but the 3 of them also unleashed Tina's divine technique, the heavenly breath technique, which could isolate all energy fluctuations and allow them to blend into nature. Now, even if a Tao integration stage super mighty figure were to release their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to detect the presence of Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina, thereby significantly increasing their chances of success. The 5 immortal minotaurs were completely oblivious to the fact that 3 figures had descended from the sky into the inky black cave. Chapter 16:23. Why does he have to run into a pitch-black cave instead of a luxurious palace? And Lin couldn't help but grumble. It's so damp and cold here. I really don't know why he's staying here. Also, that heaven-shattering attack of his was way too thrilling. Only Big Sister Steel Shadow can withstand that, the human wailed in anguish as his eyes gradually turned crimson, and his body suddenly turned black before hair began to grow on his body. Not only that, but his bones also began to crackle as his flesh and blood quickly split apart as bat wings sprouted from his back. There was a crimson gate there that was tightly shut, and it was impossible to see what was inside. After that, there were all types of traps and alarms, as well as all types of spell formations. A white light flashed through Lin's eyes as he activated his divine inspection technique. He flicked a finger toward a loophole in one of the spell formations, and an opening appeared before him. That's all right. The defensive spell formation is useless now. As for physical defense, I have the earth fusion technique. All of the female bats began to giggle upon hearing this. Thankfully, there were words above the cave, and Lin and the others immediately dove into the cave after seeing the Yin-Yang Palace. Nonsense. The Emperor is meeting important guests in the Yin-Yang Palace. How can we disturb him? The largest female bat yelled. What do we do? Not only can we not see anything, but even sound has been cut off, Su Xiaolan said in a quiet voice. Su Xiaolan and Lin couldn't bear to look at her, but they had no choice but to listen. The divine bat emperor had transformed into a miniature bat about 10 feet tall. The spell technique that was derived from the 6th stage of the Earth Lotus Supreme skill was the Earth Fusion technique, and it was a technique that was extremely compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth. So it was completely flawless. The divine bat emperor was clearly very elated, and it chuckled. The final experiment has been completed. This is the perfect specimen. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina received a crucial piece of information. The white jade-winged being also chuckled. Let's not think too much about this. We should be able to destroy the human race and convince the other 2 paramount heavenly gods to give up on purging all living beings on this continent. Let's go and release the blood ghost bats into the kingdom of the 9 states. As soon as he finished speaking, countless red figures appeared in front of him. They were like countless red candles burning in the night, erratic and strange. The humanoid creature was completely naked, and its body was engraved with all kinds of divine beast totems. On its back was a pair of blood-red bone wings with edges like blades. The white jade winged skeleton nodded lightly. The conversion rate is very fast, and the conversion rate is 100%. In terms of strength, it's at the second stage Tao body, which is enough. Once it enters the mortal world of the Kingdom of the Nine States, it'll be able to cause an extremely rapid catastrophe. After all, the population of blood ghost bats can increase exponentially at an extremely fast rate. And Lin nodded. He knew what she meant. A group of cage fire bats, whose fur was as red as flames, were on high alert. But when Lin and the other two swaggered past them, they did not react at all. At this time, Tina's usefulness showed itself. She could directly project the original karmic trajectory onto the cage fire bats' faces, giving them the illusion that nothing had changed. The bat screeched and pounced toward one of the humans at an extremely fast speed. Its fangs pierced into the human's neck, and a strange energy instantly flowed into the human's body. And Lin and the others continued deeper into the cave. The originally dark environment became brighter and brighter due to the strange glowing creatures on the cave walls. Are you lonely, big sister? These are cage fire bats. Be careful. Their sensory abilities are very special. They don't rely on their five senses or divine sense to sense things. Instead, they sense things through the karmic trajectory of all things in this world. Su Xiaolan warned in a quiet voice. Su Xiaolan smiled lightly. The Divine Bat Emperor is a bat after all. After getting used to hanging in the cave, he probably won't like places that are too extravagant anymore. Emperor hasn't come to the Spring Fragrance Cave for a long time. The entire cave was brightly lit. I'm just worried that Emperor has been holding back for too long. If he comes for one night, our bodies won't be able to handle it. The female bat had a very high status among the female bats. She had spoken, and all the other female bats nodded in agreement. How about we go to the heaven-crushing, sex-void body mantra? One of the female bats suggested. The heaven-crushing sex-void body mantra was indeed bad ****, but there was no way that it wouldn't be tainted by karmic trajectories. The humans in the metal cages screeched. The Divine Bat Emperor was in the Universal Palace. The Divine Bat Emperor bowed. As you wish. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. And Lin merged into the ground with Su Xiaolan and Tina before passing through the Crimson Gate and entering the mystical space. He then poked his head out of the ground. Two bats abruptly pounced toward the two humans before transforming them into bats. Then, four bats pounced toward the four humans. 8 bats, 16 bats, 32 bats and Lin, and the others quickly arrived at the end of the cave with unstoppable force. Hiss, hiss, hiss. For example, when the 3 of them flew through the cave, they accidentally crashed into air molecules, thereby altering their trajectories. The fire cage bats couldn't see Lin and the others, but they could detect that the trajectories of the air molecules had suddenly changed, thereby allowing them to determine that something was amiss. Soon, they descended to the surface of the cave, which appeared to be a small plaza. There were 5 different caves around it, most likely leading to 5 different places. They turned their eyes toward a massive metal cage, within which 100 naked humans were imprisoned. There was also a bat that was about the size of a human being with inky black fur and crimson eyes. Soon, all of the humans in the metal cage had been transformed into sinister bats with black fur and crimson eyes. Now that you mention it, I'm also very scared. A few female bats began to make lewd remarks, especially his 18 sonic bullets. Each and every one of them is lethal. It let loose a cruel cry before pouncing toward another human. After all, being able to glean some information about their enemies would be beneficial to their next mission. At this moment, a few seductive female bats strode out from one of the caves, chatting and laughing with one another. Ha ha ha. Perhaps the entire human race of the Kingdom of the 9 States will be wiped out. If over 100 billion mortals are killed, The high-rank cultivators will all die. Who are they going to fight for? The divine Bat Emperor was extremely excited. Perhaps the heavenly gods will recognize us and bestow upon us new powers. The cave was very large and deep, and Lin and the others continued to descend as their surroundings began to darken. Within less than a minute, the humans had completely transformed into black bats. Chapter 16:24. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina's expressions all shifted. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong? That humanoid creature with jade white wings was the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong, who was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. They were all wondering if they had come to the wrong place. In this situation, it was obviously not the best time to fight, and Lin and the others had initially planned to end this battle as quickly as possible so that they could beat the divine Bat Emperor into submission before Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong arrived. However, they didn't think that they would be together in the first place. No wonder the divine Bat Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong hadn't participated in the battle, even though the 4 Tao integration stage mythological beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool had all joined the heavenly human tribe. So they were doing research on the heavenly beast divine mountain. And Lin was reminded of Resident Evil on Earth at the sight of these blood ghost bats. These blood ghost bats were even more terrifying than zombies. Not only were they extremely agile, but they could also fly and mutate humans into blood ghost bats in less than a minute. The speed and power of their transmission was not something that normal zombies could compare with. If no mighty figures intervened, the entire kingdom of the 9 states would become a living hell for these blood ghost bats in just a few days. Even if there were powerful cultivators intervening, there were still over 100 billion mortals. The transmission method was also far too freakish, and if they reacted any slower, they would still be unable to stop the spread of these blood ghost bats. Even if they paid a heavy price to stop them, the human race would still suffer heavy casualties. If the heavenly human tribe on other fronts also took this opportunity to attack the kingdom of the 9 states, the kingdom of the 9 states would most likely not be able to hold on. The more Lin thought about this, the more grave his expression became. The divine Bat Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. If we fight them, our chances of winning are very low. Su Xiaolan transmitted her voice to Lin. And Lin looked at the sinister blood ghost bats in the cages and transmitted his voice to them. But we can't retreat from this battle. If these blood ghost bats, which are even more terrifying than the plague, were to spread into the kingdom of the 9 states, a rare smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. What a coincidence! I'm thinking the same thing as you. Let's fight then. Little Na isn't afraid. Tina was full of battle intent. A super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage was actually quite a headache to deal with. The god engulfing skeleton was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and even with the combined attacks of Lin and Su Xiaolan, they were only able to just barely gain the upper hand. Even with Black Spirit Snake's help, they were still unable to kill it. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was now on the same level as the god engulfing skeleton, but they had lost Black Spirit Snake and gained the divine Bat Emperor. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's decision to bury the blood ghost bats here forever was true, but they still needed to think about how to do it. If he recklessly charged out to fight them, not only would he not be able to stop their plan, but he would also lose his life. In terms of combat power, they had no advantage. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong extended a hand toward one of the blood ghost bats in the cage, and a white spiral revolved over its palm. The blood ghost bat wailed with anguish as its body quickly aged and became riddled with wrinkles in just a few seconds. Less than a minute later, it had been reduced to a puddle of black blood. It's a pity that these mutated blood ghost bats have very poor life force. Under normal circumstances, they can only live for about 10 days. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong narrowed its eyes. In 10 days, all of the humans in the kingdom of the 9 states will probably become blood ghost bats. So what if they all die after that? The Divine Bat Emperor didn't mind. We've lost a massive army. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong shook its head and heaved a forlorn sigh. If they had an army of over 100 billion blood ghost bats, even if they weren't as powerful, they would still be an extremely terrifying ally to the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The two of them chatted as they opened the door and made their way toward the other rooms. Tina secretly unleashed her divine technique, Little Star, and followed behind the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures. After the door closed, and Lin and the others finally emerged from the ground, the blood ghost bats were still wailing as they clawed at the metal cages with sinister expressions. They clearly weren't very intelligent, but they were comparable to the zombies that Lin knew of. The most terrifying power is not the power that is most hostile to mortals. Instead, it's the range in which the power spreads. The Divine Bat Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong have really developed something terrifying. Su Xiaolan's eyes gradually turned cold, and Lin nodded. This was similar to how humans were able to develop bombs, but they were still unable to destroy locusts. A bomb could kill tens of millions of locusts, but that was about it. There were hundreds of millions of locusts, and the rate at which they could be killed by a bomb was faster than the rate at which they could reproduce. If they wanted to destroy an entire swarm of locusts, they couldn't just rely on bombs. Instead, they had to rely on a terrifying power that was capable of spreading. This was also the reason why the Divine Bat Emperor wanted to destroy the human race. It wanted to start with mortals and use the terrifying spread of the blood ghost bats to wipe out all mortals in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Su Xiaolan waved a hand through the air, and a holy flame flashed faintly. The 100 blood ghost bats in the metal cages were instantly incinerated into nothingness by the scorching temperatures. The Divine Bat Emperor cannot be allowed to live. Su Xiaolan spoke in a grave voice, and Lin nodded. If we want to stop this plan, we have to kill it. It's most likely the main culprit behind this plan. As a safety precaution, it's best if we kill Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong as well. He unleashed his earth fusion technique and continued to tail the Divine Bat Emperor according to Tina's instructions. This time, they followed the Divine Bat Emperor to an incubation chamber, and Lin was greeted by the sight of over 1,000 black eggshells, all of which had been placed in a massive space. There were also many beast, tribe, powerful beings conducting all types of experiments and incubation. The Divine Bat Emperor pointed at the eggshells up ahead with a smile. Next, I'm going to place the mother eggs in all of the cities and villages in the Kingdom of the 9 States. When that time comes, the flames of war will be ignited. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong nodded. Very good. Let's prepare for battle now. Hee. And Lin, do you really think there's hope just because you destroyed the heavenly human tribe? The true despair has only just begun. A sinister smile appeared on the Divine Bat Emperor's face. I really want to see your expression of despair when you're faced with billions of blood ghost bats. I'm really looking forward to it, and Lin was astonished. The Divine Bat Emperor was still thinking about him even at a time like this. Was this the self-cultivation of a villain? What he didn't know was just how shocked the Divine Bat Emperor was after hearing about Lin's resurrection and the destruction of the southern Heavenly Gate. The Kirin Blood Jade incident surfaced in its mind again, and it was feeling extremely humiliated and enraged. And Lin, just wait for despair to descend upon you. The Divine Bat Emperor was extremely elated at the thought that it would finally be able to exact revenge after 100 years. And Lin was enraged. Just how much did this B** star hate him? Shouldn't he be the one getting revenge? Why was this bat so vengeful? Let me make a divination for this operation. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong smiled as it brought out a crystalline disc with countless blue particles of light dancing within it. It was just about to activate it when its expression suddenly faltered. Chapter 16:25. The blue light particles danced on the crystal wheel, and it trembled slightly. The crystalline disc, was exuding the energy fluctuations of a divine tool. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong seemed to have sensed something, and it turned its gaze behind it, only to discover that there seemed to be a small star that was neither real nor illusionary. There were no energy fluctuations or interference with reality. It seemed to have instantly understood something, and its divine sense erupted forth like raging waves. "Who's there? Show yourself!" Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong roared with rage. The aura of a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage surged through the air. Weaker living beings would most likely be scared to death by this roar. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina were still as calm as ever, not giving themselves away in the slightest. However, they had underestimated Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's power. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong released its divine sense to its fullest extent, and the entire space around it seemed to have become black and white. Nothing could escape its detection, and Lin and the others could follow it when it wasn't paying attention. They had already unleashed their full power, so how were they supposed to conceal themselves? Here. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong made a grabbing motion toward a certain spot in the air. Crack, 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 the space around them was sealed. Right at this moment, a streak of golden light tore through space in a violent manner, and Lin charged toward the divine Bat Emperor at an extremely terrifying speed, and his aura was elevated to the very peak. "Old Bat, didn't you want revenge? I'll give you a chance." The divine Bat Emperor's mouth gaped open in astonishment at the sight of Lin charging toward it. It was just fantasizing about the thrill of revenge, and Lin was doing as it wished. At this moment, the muscles on Lin's arm bulged, and boundless fire energy was compressed over and over again as the power of the 9th stage Earth Lotus Supreme skill surged into his arm. 3 times Fire God Fist. Boundless golden light lit up the entire cave. Boom! The fist landed, instantly melting and shattering everything around it. This was the first time that Lin had unleashed the Fire God Fist after cultivating his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to the pinnacle. Its power had more than doubled, and it was imbued with an extremely pure and boundless power of the earth that was compatible with the essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth. All the eggs in the incubation room were instantly annihilated. The golden fist tore through everything and directly pierced through the heavenly beast Divine Mountain. The heavenly beast Divine Mountain began to tremble violently. Over 100,000 beasts stopped what they were doing and stared down at the quaking earth beneath their feet in shock. The bottom of the mountain suddenly exploded, and a golden fist force pierced through and extended for dozens of miles. Hiss! What is this power? This divine mountain has been reinforced by a Tao integration stage, spell formation. How could it have been broken so easily? Could it be that our great emperor blew himself up in an experiment? The beasts were all bewildered. At this moment, a giant blue bat had already been sent flying out of the heavenly beast, Divine Mountain. Not far away from it, there was a living being with an extremely powerful aura that was chasing relentlessly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All of the beasts finally let loose cries of surprise. Looks like he's Lin. My God, why isn't Lin here? And Lin had recently become quite the celebrity on the Tai Chu continent. Almost everyone knew about his glorious feats, and he was revered as a legend. Hence, his name was quite intimidating. At the very least, many of the beasts wore expressions of horror on their faces. Roar! Don't be afraid. Let's go kill him. Let's go together. If we kill him, we'll be the heroes of the beast tribe. The beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool weren't cowards like the ones from the opposite shore realm. Hence, after a brief moment of hesitation, all of them decided to attack Lin. Right at this moment, the cry of a vermilion bird erupted between heaven and earth. Boom! Another violent explosion erupted. A pillar of white flames erupted from the summit of the heavenly beast Divine Mountain, piercing through the sky. Countless beasts turned their eyes toward the pillar of flames, and it was as if they could see an extremely regal holy beast, the vermilion bird, spreading its wings and flying into the sky. Bam! Space tremored violently. A jade-white figure shattered the pillar of holy flames with a single punch. The woman fell from the sky before crashing heavily into the summit of the divine mountain, creating a massive crater. That's the divine Phoenix Maiden? The man who just attacked? My God! Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong is here as well. Some of the beast tribe mighty figures let loose cries of surprise as their bodies trembled with excitement. Most of them were looking up at the man in the sky with reverence in their eyes. The 4 mythological beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool were all violent and often fought with one another. In the past, the powerful beings under the divine Bat Emperor's banner were still enemies with Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. However, they revered powerful beings, and Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, so countless beasts were extremely respectful toward it. Have Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong and the divine Bat Emperor joined forces? This is great! If we can kill Enlin and the divine Phoenix Maiden, the name of our beast tribe will be renowned throughout the entire continent. Countless beast tribe powerful beings yelled with excitement. Some of the beast tribe powerful beings pounced toward Enlin, while others pounced toward Su Xiaolan. Even spirit beasts of the spirit nurturing stage wanted to participate in this battle. It wanted to brag to the other beasts or its descendants that it had once participated in such a magnificent and shocking top-notch battle. Then, just as they were thinking this, they were suddenly frozen by the cold air that descended from the sky, and their lives were cut off. The entire summit of the mountain was instantly transformed into a realm of ice and snow. All beasts below the soul formation stage were frozen to death. The fairy held the heart lotus ice sword in her hand as she stood in the sky. Her golden wings of light exuded a holy divine light under the sun, and an extraordinary divine intent enshrouded heaven and earth. Your opponent is me. The voice was as cold as the heavens looking down upon all living beings. All of the surviving beast tribe powerful beings shuddered, and they were struck by the feeling that the paramount god of the sky was speaking to them. The peerless sense of oppression made it impossible for them to muster up any battle intent. Mu, don't be scared. Show me the courage of our beast tribe. A minotaur guardian over 10,000 feet tall roared with rage before pouncing toward Tina. The other 4 returned to void stage minotaur guardians also roared as they pounced toward Tina. A series of powerful auras soared into the sky as the return to void stage immortal beasts pounced toward the fairy in the sky. There were a total of 12 return to void stage mighty figures among them. At the same time, the battle had already erupted at the location where Enlin was situated. Enlin had already decided that he was going to unleash his powers from the get-go. He and Su Xiaolan had agreed that Su Xiaolan would hold off Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong for him, and he would crush the divine Bat Emperor in the most devastating manner possible. Only then would the 2 of them be able to focus on dealing with Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. Chapter 16:26. The divine Bat Emperor didn't think that Enlin would be so ferocious. Just a fire god fist that was 3 times powerful was enough to rupture its internal organs and send it flying like a cannonball for several dozen kilometers. How? Enlin, how did you know about this plan of mine? Who leaked it? The divine Bat Emperor glared at Enlin with shock and rage. Who leaked it? A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face as wings of wind spread open behind him. A divine halo appeared, and he flew toward the divine Bat Emperor at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he slashed 2 of his fingers toward the divine Bat Emperor. This is your fate. Heavenly Blade. The power of the heavenly wind god erupted forth, and a paramount aura descended upon heaven and earth before transforming into a streak of white light that instantly sliced through the air. The Divine Bat Emperor saw Lin's attack, but it was far too fast for it to evade. It only managed to tilt its body slightly to the side, and the heavenly blade sliced through its wing as if it were slicing butter, slicing its right wing in half. The bat's blood-curdling cries erupted throughout heaven and earth. Its wing fell to the ground, and blue blood gushed forth. The Divine Bat Emperor had one of its wings sliced off by Lin after just one exchange. The Divine Bat Emperor had heard of how bad Lin was, but it was still given a fright when it faced him in battle. This kind of power was far too terrifying. It opened its cavernous mouth, and the power of the divine Tao fused into the sound waves before erupting violently, sending shock waves surging through the air, twisting space and shattering all things. This was an omnidirectional spell technique, and even the most agile enemy would be unable to evade it. And Lin didn't evade. Instead, he charged directly toward the Divine Bat Emperor's soundwave attack, and an invisible barrier appeared around his body, which kept all of the sound waves at bay. The Divine Bat Emperor was astonished. At this moment, Lin's fist was already upon it. Bam! The massive bat's body, over 10,000 feet in length, was flattened, and its bones and flesh crackled and popped as if it were unable to support its entire body. PFFF! The Divine Bat Emperor threw up a mouthful of blood as it was blasted flying again, and Lin had imbued his fist with the explosive power of the heavenly wind, heavenly Tao, and the Divine Bat Emperor was completely unable to defend against this attack. He struck like a bolt of lightning from the get-go, not giving the Divine Bat Emperor any chance to react. He was going to beat the Divine Bat Emperor to death. The Divine Bat Emperor looked at the oncoming Lin, and a hint of fear finally appeared in its heart. 100 years ago, it had led a group of experts to relentlessly pursue Lin and had almost killed Lin. It had never expected that 100 years later, Lin would actually grow to the point where he could hang it up and beat it in another place. The battle between Su Xiaolan and Heavenly God Yuqiong was the most earth-shattering. The white, sacred flame burned through the void and engulfed the entire world. A pair of cow horns had appeared on Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's head, and at the same time, the muscles on its arms bulged like balls. Each and every one of its punches was imbued with earth-shattering might, and they blasted Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow, sword flying one after another. Each and every one of its punches was able to puncture the white, sacred flames in the sky. Su Xiaolan wore a jade dress, and her body moved like a vermilion bird as her dragon sparrow sword surged like a dragon. Two different powers of the divine Tao revolved around her as she defended herself against Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's relentless attacks. Her pristine, flawless skin was already covered in a series of semi-transparent dragon scales. She had clearly unleashed a buff, mystic technique in order to buy time for Lin and stall Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong. Even so, she was still under a lot of pressure. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong's attacks were simply too terrifying. It was a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and it was becoming more and more powerful as the battle progressed. It was like a massive mountain that was slowly crushing down upon Lin, giving her a sense of asphyxiation. I don't know how you were able to find out about my plan with the Divine Bat Emperor, but seeing as you're here, then don't leave. Stay here forever with this secret. Heavenly Venerate Yuqiong swatted Su Xiaolan's sword aside, and one of the mythological beast totems on its back lit up. The bull horns on its head disappeared, but its other hand transformed into a crimson falcon claw that swiped toward Su Xiaolan. Heavenly Beast Mantra, Falcon Strike! The crimson falcon claw descended with devastating killing intent, and the entire space within a radius of over 150 kilometers was filled with a viscous crimson energy, as if it had instantly transformed into a hell of destruction and despair. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a Tao integration stage mighty figure would be sliced in half if they were to take this attack head-on. Su Xiaolan's true dragon wall was also instantly activated. The falcon claw pierced through the true dragon scales and into its azure body, and what sounded like a screech of energy rang out, as if the divine Tao had been torn apart. The true dragon let loose an enraged roar before turning to heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's expression remained unchanged. Could a true dragon's roar scare it? No way. For a powerful being like it, it wouldn't be shocked even if the sky were to collapse. The crimson falcon claw continued to descend, tearing the true dragon wall to shreds. Su Xiaolan also flew back as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. A smile appeared on heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's face. "I'll only need 10 minutes to kill you." It stomped through the air as it spoke and hurtled toward Su Xiaolan at an even more terrifying speed. At the summit of the heavenly beast, Divine Mountain, she had slain over 100,000 beasts with a single sword strike, and she had used her pinnacle immortal tool to unleash her ice lotus realm, thereby freezing the entire summit of the heavenly beast Divine Mountain into a realm of extreme frost. Heavy snow flew through the air, and gale-force winds sliced through the air like sabers. She stood alone amid the wind and snow, and beneath her exquisitely beautiful features was an expression of arrogance and indifference. The blue ice sword in her hand glowed with a paramount divine light, and her entire body was bathed in a peculiar divine light, making her feel as if she had transcended to a higher level. Over 1,000 powerful beings at or above the soul formation stage pounced toward the tiny fairy. There were even 12 return to void stage mighty figures among them, and their combined power was even more insane than that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. She's the pavilion lord of the 4-9 immortal sex, realm pavilion, Tina. According to our information, she's already at the return to void pinnacle stage, so we have to be careful. Humph. She's only at the return to void pinnacle stage. We have 3 powerful beings at the return to void pinnacle stage on our side. That's right. We have the wild saber immortal, the crimson sun immortal spirit, and the Hydra, 3 of which are at the return to void pinnacle stage, 9 return to void stage mighty figures, and over 1,000 soul formation stage powerful beings. Regardless of whether it's in terms of numbers or top-rate powerful beings, we'll be able to crush them all. Killing this Tina will be a huge credit to us. Let's attack together. Why don't we capture such a beautiful fairy and have some fun with her first? All of the beast tribe powerful beings pounced toward Tina with sinister smiles on their faces. Tina was still standing proudly at the summit of the Divine Mountain, and a dainty smile appeared on her face. "You know I'm the pavilion lord of the Realm Pavilion, so why don't you know the true meaning behind the Realm Pavilion?" She shook her head with a faint smile. "You want to compete with me in numbers? Then let me show you what true numbers look like." She tossed a round ball through the air. A woman's crisp, pleasant voice sounded at this moment. "Come on out, Divine Mirror Enforcement Team." Chapter 16:27. Tina had made ample preparations for this mission with Enlin. Several thousand years had passed since Enlin's departure, and the divine mirror world had developed into a very prosperous world. Aside from the fact that there were no Tao integration stage super mighty figures, there were plenty of return to void stage and soul formation stage cultivators. Even though most of the powerful beings in the divine mirror world had already joined the kingdom of the 9 States United Army, however, Tina was still able to mobilize quite a sizable force in the divine mirror world in the name of a goddess. The pokeball erupted with a bright light. Figures with powerful auras began to appear on the ground. Some of them hovered in the air, exuding a vast and mighty draconic aura. Some of them were shrouded in mist, mysterious and unfathomable. Some of them were sturdy like a boulder. Some of them flapped their wings and flew high up in the air, proud and holy. The races were all different, and the only thing they had in common was the powerful aura they carried. The thousands of beast tribe experts were dumbfounded when they saw the crowd of experts before them. Their eyes widened like bronze bells as they stared at the scene before them in disbelief. There were at least 3 3,000 powerful cultivators who suddenly appeared in front of them, and what shocked them was that they were all at the soul formation stage or above. They were not weaker than them. The advantage in numbers and cultivation that they were so proud of had been crushed by the enemy. How could this be? How could there be so many powerful beings just by throwing a ball? A lion king's legs turned to jelly as it spoke in a trembling voice. "Is he cheating?" a flaming eagle shrieked. At this moment, the powerful beings from the divine mirror world had already raised their weapons. Kill, for the glory of the goddess. Those who offend the goddess shall be killed without mercy. Kill. 3,000 divine mirror realm cultivators charged toward the beasts from the heavenly beast divine mountain in a frenzy. The situation was instantly reversed. From over 1,000 beastkin cultivators ganging up on Tina, it was now over 3,000 divine mirror cultivators ganging up on over 1,000 beastkin cultivators. Not only were all of these divine mirror stage beings at or above the soul formation stage, but they had also cultivated in the high-rank cultivation arts that Tina had left behind for them in God's realm. That was a cultivation method created by the God of creation, and it was of a very high level. Therefore, in terms of strength, the individual strength of these 3,000 divine mirror cultivators was much stronger than the individual strength of the 1,000 beasts. Just like that, the battle erupted. Countless dazzling spell techniques exploded on the summit of the heavenly beast divine mountain. One by one, the beast men fell to the ground, their blood spraying everywhere. However, there were 3 extremely terrifying auras rapidly closing in on Tina. They were the most trusted subordinates of the divine Bat Emperor, the Wild Saber Immortal, the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit, and the Hydra. All of them were at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage. None of the divine mirror realm powerful beings present were at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage. Powerful beings of that level were already stationed at the border of the kingdom of the 9 states. Therefore, there was no one who could stop the 3 of them. "Capture the leader first," the Wild Saber Immortal said as he sharpened his saber. TSK, 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 so what if she has a lot of subordinates? If we kill her, the winner of this battle will be us. The Hydra cackled arrogantly. As it flew, it extended its head and swallowed a light, feather-clad cultivator in the divine transformation realm. With the 3 of us working together, she's dead meat. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit soared through the sky like the sun. Before the divine mirror realm cultivators could even get close to it, they were melted by its terrifying heat. A smile appeared on Tina's face as she looked at the 3 mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage charging toward her. How do you guys compare to Heaven Pioneer Stage, great generals? The expressions of the 3 mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage shifted upon hearing this. What did he mean by that? Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals were monstrous beings who were comparable to Rookie Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures. With the 3 of us working together, we can even kill Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals. The Wild Saber Immortal was brimming with confidence. At the same time, a domineering aura soared into the heavens as its saber intent materialized. It was clearly preparing to unleash a saber strike. Then, can you 3 defeat 3 Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals? Tina asked with a smile. Defeat 3 Heaven Pioneer Stage great generals? What a joke! The 3 mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage couldn't be bothered to waste words with Tina, and they immediately attacked her. All of a sudden, saber projections soared into the sky. Lethal poison surged like waves, and a crimson sun hung in the sky. The Wild Saber Immortal, the Hydra, and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit unleashed all of their spell techniques, transforming everything around them into the most terrifying realm of death. Tina snapped her fingers. "Come on out, Frost Dress Woman." A woman in a blue dress with a graceful figure appeared before the little fairy. However, there were no facial features on her face, only a pair of cold eyes. She smiled seductively and said, "My goddess, are you going to fight again? This time is a lot easier than last time." A faint smile appeared on Tina's face as she swung her immortal sword, upon which a blue sword intent barrier enshrouded the two of them. Boom, 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 the attacks of the three mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage fell upon the sword intent barrier, but they were unable to break through it in the slightest. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the Wild Saber Immortal and the others. At this moment, a seductive chuckle suddenly sounded behind the Wild Saber Immortal. A pair of slender arms wrapped around the Wild Saber Immortal's waist. The Frost Dress Woman appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. At the same time, a bone-chilling aura quickly spread through his body, as if it was trying to freeze his consciousness. Wild Saber Immortal. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit roared with rage as divine flames erupted from its body before crashing toward the Frost Dress Woman like a scorching sun. "Don't be afraid. I'm coming to warm you up." The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit's divine Tao was infused into the Crimson Sun divine flames, thereby granting it the ability to repress all evil beings. The Frost Dress Woman was no exception, and an expression of rage and disgust appeared on her face as the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit pounced toward her. She loosened her grip and chose to evade. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit wrapped its arms around the Wild Saber Immortal. "Hold on tight. I'll help you expel the cold." The Frost Dress Woman's embrace was imbued with extremely powerful frost power and curses, but the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit was able to nullify all of this. "Ah!" the Wild Saber Immortal roared as it almost lost its grip on its saber. What a scorching, fiery embrace! Was this what it felt like to be struck by ice and fire? Right at this moment, a blood-curdling wail erupted in the distance. The Wild Saber Immortal and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit both jolted with shock upon seeing the Hydra in the distance, being chased down by a little fairy with over 100 sword strikes in the blink of an eye. Only then did they realize that the Hydra had been targeted. The Hydra's tragic fate was sealed when the Wild Saber Immortal and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit were trapped by the Frost Dress Woman. Tina was able to instantly wound the Hydra with her absolute power. They were both at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage, but the Hydra had almost been insta-killed by Tina. At this moment, the little fairy turned toward the Wild Saber Immortal with a faint smile. "By the way, let me tell you something. When I teamed up with the Frost Dress Woman, we slew 3 Heaven Pioneer stage, Heavenly Human, Tribe, mighty figures, the Wild Saber Immortal, the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit, and the Hydra instantly had a mental breakdown upon hearing this. Even though they wanted to deny this, they were unable to do so after seeing the Hydra's pitiful state. So what kind of monster had they provoked? They had thought that they could slowly torture this Realm Pavilion Lord to death, but it looked like that was nothing more than a dream. They only had one thought in their minds now, and that was to survive. They had to survive until Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong defeated Su Xiaolan and Enlin, then save them from this dire situation. Chapter 1628. Tina was crushing all of the beasts on the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain with absolute power. Su Xiaolan was facing the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and she was struggling to hold on. As for Enlin, he was pummeling the Divine Bat Emperor. That's right, he was pummeling the Divine Bat Emperor with absolute power. He knew that the longer this battle dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for Xiaolan, so he had to do everything in his power to end this battle as quickly as possible. The Divine Bat Emperor spread open its wings, and countless crimson, veined patterns appeared all over its body. It had unleashed a blood-stained, mystic technique, and its aura soared explosively as it broke through to the Tao Integration Intermediate stage. It had no choice but to fight with its life on the line. Heavenly Demon Chord Sound Wave. The Divine Bat Emperor flew into the sky before opening its mouth to blast a sound wave at the white-robed man. A ring-shaped sound wave crashed toward the man down below. Heaven and earth fell deathly silent, and the divine Bat Emperor's voice was the only sound. The great Tao resonated with it, and its wonderful sound made one want to listen and accept it. However, this wonderful sound wave was imbued with absolute slaughter and depravity. And Lin was also aware of the divine Bat Emperor's techniques. There was definitely a demon that could completely destroy one's life hidden within that beautiful sound wave. However, he didn't need to analyze the power hidden within the divine Bat Emperor's voice, nor did he need to think about how to dispel this power. All he needed to do was to hack. Wind of absolute power. The divine halo above Lin's head glowed with a scintillating light, and a barrier that could keep all powers at bay appeared around his body again. This was the power of the heavenly wind god, and it was imbued with the paramount power of the heavenly Tao. If it said it could keep all powers at bay, then it could. The divine Bat Emperor was on the verge of tears upon seeing Lin's divine halo light up. It was this technique again. Wind of absolute power blocked all of its attacks. Regardless of whether it was the divine Tao sound wave attack or the sound wave attack after self-detonation, it was able to block all of them with this technique. Wasn't this just bullying? The divine Bat Emperor regretted not joining the heaven-crushing sect in the first place. If it could learn the heaven-crushing techniques, it would most likely be able to break through Lin's heavenly god power. And Lin charged toward the heavenly demon cord sound wave and tore it apart with no fear. He charged toward the divine Bat Emperor before unleashing another fist. Bang! A massive hole was blasted into the divine Bat Emperor's body, and its bones and flesh flew through the air as its blood-curdling cries reverberated through the air. It had already used the blood ignition secret technique, but it was still being beaten up. Ding dong! The system sent another notification. The host had already submitted to the divine Bat Emperor, and Lin's eyes lit up. He had now defeated 8 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and he was only one away from progressing to the return to void intermediate stage. And Lin was a little happier upon hearing this, and he became even more enthusiastic about beating up the divine Bat Emperor. What he had to do now was not just beat the divine Bat Emperor into submission. Instead, he had to kill it. Only by killing it would the blood ghost bat's experiment stop. 3 times, fire god fist of Qilin arms, and Lin flashed above the divine Bat Emperor, and his fist crashed down. A massive hole had just been punched into the divine Bat Emperor's body, and it hadn't even had a chance to catch its breath before the flaming fist crashed down upon it with boundless might. Bang! The flames spread for hundreds of miles. A massive fist indentation that extended for over 10 kilometers appeared on the ground. The divine Bat Emperor's body crashed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying into the air. And Lin was like a heavenly god standing proudly in the heavens, and his entire body exuded a paramount aura, as if he were a god looking down upon all living beings. Even a Tao integration stage mythological beast would be able to trample him into the ground. The divine Bat Emperor lay sprawled on the ground, panting with wounds riddled all over its body. From beginning to end, no matter how hard it fought, it was unable to wound Lin even once. This battle struck it with a sense of despair. If things continued like this, it probably wouldn't even be able to last until Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong arrived. And Lin was about to attack again. The divine Bat Emperor suddenly roared, "Wait! If you kill me, the entire human race will be doomed. If I die, all of the blood ghost bats underground will immediately carry out the order to kill the entire human race." And Lin chuckled coldly and ignored its nonsense. The divine halo above his head suddenly turned into an earthy yellow color, and a vast, seemingly boundless power filled heaven and earth. It was so tall and mighty that one couldn't help but look up at it. Power of the heavenly mountain, activate! And Lin descended from the sky toward the divine Bat Emperor before unleashing a palm technique toward the mythological beast on the ground. Boom, boom, boom! The power of the palm hadn't even reached its target, but a paramount divine mountain was already crushing down upon the ground below. The divine Bat Emperor felt as if a massive mountain with no end in sight was crushing down upon its body, and it was unable to even move its body. It was going to be squashed into mincemeat if Lin's palm fell upon it. A ferocious expression appeared on the divine Bat Emperor's face. "Let's see if you dare to disregard the lives of all living beings in the kingdom of the 9 states, just to kill me." A peculiar sound wave suddenly erupted. A golden formation suddenly appeared at the foot of the heavenly beast, Divine Mountain. This was not a defensive formation. Instead, it was a formation that could destroy the entire Divine Mountain. Boom! The power of the formation erupted, and countless streaks of golden light tore through the mountain. The massive mountain, which was over 100,000 feet tall, crumbled violently. At the same time, Lin's massive golden palm crashed down upon the divine Bat Emperor's body with boundless mountain might. The life-saving necklace around the divine Bat Emperor's neck was activated on its own at the same time, creating an indestructible energy shield. Bam! The giant golden palm descended from the sky like a strike from the heavens. Mountains and rivers toppled, and heaven and earth crumbled. The divine Bat Emperor's energy shield began to crack open at a rapid rate. It ignited its blood to defend against Lin's attack with all its might. In the end, the energy shield exploded. The power of the massive golden palm also began to dissipate. Lin panted heavily as he looked at the divine Bat Emperor, who was also panting heavily. "You're quite weak, but you're quite stubborn." And Lin panted heavily. The divine Bat Emperor was enraged upon hearing this, and it threw up another mouthful of blood. It could make Tao integration stage mythological beasts in the distance throw up blood just by opening its mouth. And Lin was probably the only one who could master such a divine ability. It was also at this moment that countless black figures suddenly appeared from within the collapsed heavenly beast Divine Mountain. A series of sharp and bloodthirsty cries erupted into the heavens. And Lin's expression shifted as he looked into the distance with wide eyes. Those were blood ghost bats, and there were over 100,000 of them. They cackled menacingly as they swarmed toward the kingdom of the 9 states, like a swarm of locusts. Su Xiaolan was completely unable to stop them, and Tina was also being held up, so there was no way for her to kill all of the blood ghost bats. Even one of these things was spared, and the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, they were flying in the exact opposite direction of where Lin was. Ha ha ha! Why aren't you going after the blood ghost bats? Could it be that the survival of the kingdom of the 9 states and the safety of over 100 billion mortals is more important than killing me? The divine Bat Emperor laughed heartily as it looked up at Lin in the sky with a mocking expression. It had already made up its mind. The moment Lin charged over to kill the blood ghost bats would be the moment for it to escape. When that time came, there would be no place in this world that it couldn't hide from. Chapter 16:29. The divine Bat Emperor's trump card was indeed effective against Lin. And Lin couldn't just stand by and watch these scourges invade the kingdom of the 9 states. Even though he knew that the divine Bat Emperor would be able to continue to nurture blood ghost bats if he let it go, he couldn't care less. The divine Bat Emperor would nurture a new batch of blood ghost bats in the future. If he didn't kill this batch of blood ghost bats first, the kingdom of the 9 states was going to suffer a calamity right now. Ha ha ha. And Lin, listen up, little brat. It's never too late for a gentleman to take his revenge, and it's never too late for a divine bat to take its revenge. One day, I'll return this humiliation to you 100-fold. The divine Bat Emperor used a mystic technique to forcibly regenerate its tattered wings, and it was just about to spread its wings and flee. Be *starred. Divine Bat Emperor, do you want our 20 years of hard work to go down the drain just to survive? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong flared up with rage for the first time at the sight of the blood ghost bats flying through the sky. It didn't think that the divine Bat Emperor would use the weapon they had been researching for so many years as bait to lure Lin away in order to survive. This was completely beyond its expectations. The divine Bat Emperor couldn't even be bothered with heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. It flew into the sky in an attempt to escape, and Lin knew that he had to make every second count. The blood ghost bats were flying in different directions, and if he was any slower, some of them would escape. He also spread open his wings of wind to chase after the blood ghost bats. It was also at this moment that the sky in the distance suddenly became as red as blood. The blue sky turned red, as if the heavens were weeping blood with boundless despair in their eyes. An extremely terrifying aura of slaughter instantly permeated through the entire heaven and earth. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. What a terrifying aura! He felt like this aura was comparable to that of heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. Could it be that another enemy had descended? And Lin was instantly struck by a sense of immense pressure. The divine Bat Emperor and the blood ghost bats were already troublesome enough, but now another extremely powerful enemy had appeared. How was he supposed to fight them? However, an astonishing scene then unfolded. In the sky above, countless lines formed by blood suddenly descended. Like an inescapable net, they instantly enveloped the vast space within a radius of 500 kilometers, trapping over 100,000 blood ghost bats within. Zi, 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 the sound of steam evaporating could be heard. The blood net began to vaporize into a bloody mist, turning the entire area into a bloody haze. The blood-curdling screams of the blood ghost bats came from within the blood mist. They were exceptionally mournful and painful. It was the screams of hundreds of thousands of blood ghost bats, and it was extremely horrifying. After the blood mist dissipated, there were no more blood ghost bats in the world, and Lin was shocked. Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong was dumbstruck. The divine Bat Emperor was dumbstruck. My blood ghost bats are all gone, the divine Bat Emperor murmured. At this moment, and Lin had already turned to look at the divine Bat Emperor with a sinister smile on his face. Tears welled up in the divine Bat Emperor's eyes. It finally had a chance to escape, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Punishment from the heavens? Does the heavens want the divine Bat Emperor dead? At the center of the crimson sky, a massive hole began to appear. A man in a crimson robe with translucent Kirin horns on his head stepped through the air. His facial features were quite ordinary, but his eyes were filled with warmth and vigor, and his aura was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both let loose cries of surprise upon seeing the man's face. Dongfang Zhuangshi, it's you. Dongfang Zhuangshi also faltered slightly before a joyful smile appeared on his face. Yo, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. He then turned to heavenly venerate Yu Qiong with a buoyant smile. Oh, I accidentally killed all of your little ghosts. You don't mind, do you? The veins on heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's forehead bulged, and it gritted its teeth as it repressed its rage. Demonic blood, Kirin. Why are you here? I'm here to find you, of course. I sensed your divine Tao fluctuations during your battle, so I came here happily. A scorching light appeared in Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes. Yu Qiong. Oh, Yu Qiong. I've been looking for you for over a dozen years. Who would have thought that you'd be hiding in the divine Bat Emperor's heavenly beast divine mountain? Why are you looking for me? Heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's expression darkened. Boom! A terrifying aura surged through heaven and earth, as if the heavens had been enraged. Dongfang Zhuangshi's disposition instantly transformed from that of a gentle and polite middle-aged man to that of a fiend celestial standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His crimson eyes reflected heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's body. Why am I here? Why are you asking when you already know the answer? I came to find you to take back what belongs to me. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. this was a powerful ally. He had heard that Dongfang Zhuangshi was looking for something, but he had been searching for it for over a dozen years to no avail. So that thing was with Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong just so happened to be doing research. If it weren't for the fact that he and Xiaolan had stumbled upon two mythological beasts fighting in secret, Dongfang Zhuangshi would most likely still be searching aimlessly. At the end of the day, Dongfang Zhuangshi had to thank Enlin and sue Xiaolan for drawing Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong into action. Take back what belongs to you. I don't remember taking anything from you, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong replied in a cold voice. Dongfang Zhuangshi flared up with rage. Back when I was sealed by Pangu, you took advantage of the situation and broke into the Kirin Holy Palace to loot everything, including my chaotic life core. Oh! Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong nodded with enlightenment before a smile appeared on its face. I've already eaten that thing, so how are you going to take it? A smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. That's all right. The chaotic life core can enhance your life force, but it can't be absorbed by you. All I have to do is kill you and take it. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong didn't say anything and stared intently at Dongfang Zhuangshi. Dongfang Zhuangshi also stared at the humanoid monster with its crimson eyes, and its aura gradually rose. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to erupt. However, the two mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage had yet to battle, and Lin sprang into action first before unleashing another fist toward the Divine Bat Emperor. Boom! Ah! The Divine Bat Emperor threw up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Little Divine Bat, didn't you say it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, and 10,000 years for a Divine Bat? It's a pity that you won't have that chance. And Lin descended from the sky with a smile on his face. Purple divine symbols flashed around his ankles. The omnipresent power crashed down upon the Divine Bat Emperor's body, immobilizing it with its immense pressure. This was a spell technique derived from the 7th stage Earth Lotus Supreme skill, Heavy Stomp. I and Lin want to take revenge as soon as possible. I hope you'll be a good bat in your next life. And Lin chuckled as he descended from the sky. He activated his heavenly mountain power to its fullest extent, and a golden light as bright as the sun shone on his fist. Have a taste of the ultimate version of my mountain-quaking fist, Mount Buzhou Iron Fist. Chapter 1630. And Lin's fist came crashing down. The power of the heavenly mountain was fully unleashed upon his fist. Crush all things. Crush all things. Mount Buzhou's Iron Fist, a majestic true intent that all living beings could only look up to, was released. The Divine Bat Emperor felt as if it could see a gargantuan mountain with no end in sight, crashing down from the sky with crushing power. It was completely immobilized. What spell technique is this? The Divine Bat Emperor roared with shock and horror. No one answered its question. The only answer was the unimaginably terrifying fist. Mount Buzhou's Iron Fist. Boom! An earth-shattering shockwave erupted forth. Shockwaves erupted for several hundred kilometers. The solid earth was instantly caved in and collapsed. At this moment, all of the Beast Tribe powerful beings, as well as Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong and Dongfang Zhuangshi, were staring at the battle taking place in the distance with astonishment etched on their faces. The gargantuan projection of a mountain took up almost everything in their field of vision. Mount Buzhou's Iron Fist? You call such a massive mountain an Iron Fist? Dongfang Zhuangshi was astonished by the name of Enlin's technique. Of course, he was even more astonished by the power of the fist. He knew that even with his own power, he wouldn't be able to take this punch. Divine Bat Emperor! Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was more concerned about the Divine Bat Emperor's safety. The projection of Mount Buzhou gradually disappeared. The Divine Bat Emperor was revealed to be lying in a massive crater. At this moment, the Divine Bat Emperor was as thin as a piece of paper. Its mouth was gaped open, Its eyes bulged, and its internal organs and bones were splattered all over the ground, creating a two-dimensional painting. All of the living beings fell silent. Some were astonished by its pitiful state, while others were in complete disbelief. Rumble! The great Tao of heaven and earth began to wail with grief. An extremely sorrowful atmosphere began to permeate heaven and earth. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a Tao integration stage mighty figure. How could this be? Our divine Bat Emperor has fallen? Some of the beast tribe powerful beings murmured to themselves, still unable to accept this reality. It's one of the 4 mythological beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. How could it have died just like that? Some of the beast tribe powerful beings had always viewed the divine Bat Emperor as a role model, and its death was a massive blow to their Tao hearts. Some of the more emotional beast tribe powerful beings had tears streaming down their faces. It's dead! It's dead! Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's expression shifted again. A Tao integration stage mythological beast had fallen right before its very eyes, and this still sent waves of shock through its heart. After all, this was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure that was 1 in a billion. All Tao integration stage super mighty figures had many trump cards up their sleeves and were supremely talented. So how could they have died just like that? As for Enlin, his expression did not change much. Many Tao integration stage super mighty figures had died in front of him recently, and to be honest, he was already sick and tired of witnessing the deaths of Tao integration stage super mighty figures. A strange rhythm began to echo in the sky, giving back to all living beings in the world. The divine Bat Emperor cultivated in the Tao of music, and its extremely intricate, true intent of music had benefited many living beings. As for Enlin, who was the closest to the divine Bat Emperor, he could sense this the most. The voice in the sky was still recounting the divine Bat Emperor's life, and so on and so on. And Lin's heart was in turmoil as he listened. Tina was even wiping tears from her eyes. So touching. The divine Bat Emperor's life had been a spectacular one. It had been a life of constant battle and domination. It had defeated countless enemies in its life, and it had ruled over part of the sinister spirit beast cesspool with absolute power. It was a life that was revered and revered by all living beings on the entire continent. However, it still died in the end. It had died at Enlin's hands. What a bad asterisk SS life. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was always struck by a sense of accomplishment at times like this. This was because he was able to witness the bad asterisk SS life of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Then, such a bad asterisk SS Tao integration stage super mighty figure had died at his hands. This gave him an extremely strong sense of accomplishment and enlightenment. As opposed to saying that the heavenly Tao was bragging for the divine Bat Emperor, it was more accurate to say that it was bragging for him. During the process of the divine Tao feedback, everyone stopped fighting. Perhaps it was out of respect for the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, but everyone voluntarily stopped fighting. This phenomenon of the great Tao of heaven and earth wailing in sorrow lasted for 15 minutes before disappearing. Many of the beasts were still grief-stricken, and some of them even had tear stains on their faces. It's all because of Enlin from the 4-9 Immortal sect. All the 4-9 Immortal sect members deserve to die. Die, die, die. Avenge the divine Bat Emperor. Charge! All of the beast tribe powerful beings roared with grief and indignation as they pounced toward the divine mirror enforcement team. Their battle intent did not diminish after the death of the divine Bat Emperor. Instead, it further stimulated their bloodthirst, and they became even more frenzied and ferocious. Boom, 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 battles erupted once again. Within Tina's battlefield, the Hydra had already been slain by her attacks. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit and the Wild Saber Immortal were also in dire straits as Tina was pouncing toward them. Not only that, but an immortal beast at the return to void pinnacle stage with the body of a goat and the face of a human also pounced toward them. This was Dongfang Zhuangshi's pet, one of the four great beasts of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, gluttony. The frost dress woman and Tina had already struck despair into their hearts. Now that gluttony had joined the fray, they didn't even have a chance to escape before being engulfed by a terrifying spell technique. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was still locked in a standoff with Dongfang Zhuangshi. Su Xiaolan had already snuck up on its escape route, and Lin also arrived on the other side of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong with a cold smile on his face. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, and Lin stood in a triangular formation with Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong at the center. How dare you bully my Xiaolan? You won't be able to leave the Heavenly Beast Mountain ranges today. And Lin glowered at Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong with an enraged expression. He had already seen the injuries on Su Xiaolan's body, and his heart was already filled with rage. The three powerful beings had surrounded Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong, and they were clearly going to gang up on it. And Lin was happy to see this, as he would be able to keep Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong here as well. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong heaved a forlorn sigh, as if it had made a resigned decision. It brought out a red pill from its storage ring. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire space around it began to ripple with extremely terrifying pill power. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. This is a divine pill. There was no mistaking it. Only a divine pill could produce such terrifying pill power fluctuations. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong didn't say anything as it swallowed the pill. Boom! An extremely powerful burst of life force energy soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds in the sky. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's life force fluctuations soared explosively, as if it were a life form with limitless possibilities within it. At the same time, the pair of crimson bone wings on its back began to glow with scintillating light. Then a series of intestine-like strips of flesh began to fall from the wings. The strips of flesh quickly transformed into a series of ferocious beast heads, all of which were either ferocious and menacing or benevolent and benevolent. Did you use a divine pill to break through the life force limit of your body and then use some kind of powerful mystic technique? Dongfang Zhuangshi's expression was extremely grave. You used a pill to cheat. And Lin was unconvinced. He didn't buy a divine pill. His enemy had taken a divine pill. This made the rich and of the world of cultivators very unhappy. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's aura broke through to a certain level, and it became more and more ethereal and vast. It glanced at the three of them with a cold expression, and its arrogance soared into the heavens as it clenched its fists. Time is limited, so you can all die during this time. Chapter 1631. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was very arrogant, but it had the right to be arrogant. Its terrifying aura materialized into a substantial form, striking fear into the onlookers' hearts. In particular, there were still many blood-stained, ferocious beast heads hanging from its crimson wings, which made it feel even more terrifying, as if a god of slaughter had descended. How about I hang your heads on my wings after I kill all of you? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong chuckled coldly. Didn't you say we don't have much time? Why do you still have time to talk? And Lin was speechless. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. A series of white, jade-like balls appeared around its body. All of them were perfect and flawless, as if they were the purest pearls in this world, and they exuded a terrifying might. The beast totem at the very center of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's back also lit up. Many living beings in this world think that my title of Heavenly Venerate is unworthy of its title, and that I don't have the right to refer to myself as a Heavenly Venerate. However, my title was built upon the corpses and blood of countless beast tribe mighty figures. I am the most powerful being in the beast tribe, so why can't I refer to myself as a Heavenly Venerate? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's aura erupted once again, and it climbed to the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage. In the sinister spirit beast cesspool, I am the heavens. I am the paragon. A burst of supreme might erupted forth, and all of the beasts, regardless of which cultivation base they were, instinctively prostrated themselves to the ground in horror and submission. And Lin understood now. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had said that time was limited, but it really wasn't in a hurry. 99 perfect, white jade balls materialized around Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's body, and it pointed a finger at Dongfang Zhuangshi. All those who oppose me in the sinister spirit beast cesspool must die. A series of extremely solid and holy beams of light suddenly shot forth from the balls toward Dongfang Zhuangshi. These beams of light were extremely contradictory to Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's monstrous might, but they were the most terrifying Tao integration stage mighty figures that Lin had ever seen. Dongfang Zhuangshi quickly evaded, but the beams of light would warp as Dongfang Zhuangshi moved, and they were clearly capable of tracking him. Luo Tian Divine Saber. He let loose an almighty roar, and a pair of snowy white sabers with countless golden divine symbols carved onto them appeared in his hands before slashing them toward the beams of light. The two broadswords were a set of divine weapons. The saber projection was imbued with extremely domineering true intent of the demonic blood, and it slashed violently toward the oncoming white light, shattering it. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi was also knocked back by the massive backlash. Just as Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was dealing with Dongfang Zhuangshi, powerful auras suddenly erupted from the other two directions, immediately following which a sense of peril engulfed its entire body. It was as if it was being targeted by the only holy beast in the primal chaos. In another direction, it was as if a supreme deity of the world was rushing over. Vermilion bird, god-slaying slash. Su Xiaolan spread open her holy flame wings, and she flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. Her dragon sparrow sword intent rose into the air like a vermilion bird, and she slashed down upon Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong with extremely pure holy flames capable of incinerating all things between heaven and earth. And Lin's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the evil-slaying sword, which was imbued with the paramount power of the heavenly wind god, sliced toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's neck like a bolt of lightning. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's eyes flashed, and the 99 perfect white jades began to revolve around its body like satellites, forming a white, mirror-like barrier. Tao Jade Force Field. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong spoke in a cold voice. The dragon sparrow sword fell, and boundless holy flames erupted forth at this moment. Boom! Even the heavens had been transformed into a sea of flames by this attack. Su Xiaolan's sword strike was already at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, but it was unable to advance any further upon striking the barrier that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had unleashed, as if it had struck an extremely peculiar force field. On the other side, and Lin's sword strike was like a bolt of lightning as he unleashed an extremely fast strike. Bam! The sword strike sliced through the Tao Jade force field in a frenzy, and the power of the heavenly gods that could slice through all things was like the will of the heavens. The Tao Jade force field was unable to withstand the force of the sword strike, and it immediately shattered. However, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had already taken advantage of this window of time to shift its feet, and Lin's sword strike fell upon empty space. And Lin's sword strike could slice through all things, but it was unable to strike Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Tao Jade Rejection. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong spread open its hands, with one palm facing Su Xiaolan and the other toward Lin. A sense of extreme peril suddenly welled up in Lin's heart, and he unleashed his wind of absolute power without hesitation to keep all powers at bay. An extremely terrifying power of rejection erupted in that instant. The space within a radius of 5 kilometers was instantly transformed into an absolute vacuum. The 99 perfect White jades began to glow with a scintillating light at the same time, and an unstoppable power erupted outward, repelling all powers of life and Tao. The space before and Lin twisted and warped before, wailing with anguish, as if even space itself was being repelled. Bam! The power crashed into Lin's body and knocked him flying. If it weren't for the fact that he had the heavenly wind power to protect him, he would have been completely obliterated by this power of rejection. Su Xiaolan immediately activated her true dragon divine Tao barrier, but her divine Tao was struck by the peculiar power of the Tao jade, and she was struck by the urge to retreat. That's right, this was the power of the Tao jade that could repel even the power of the divine Tao. The true dragon divine Tao barrier began to crack as soon as it retreated, and the power passed through it before striking Su Xiaolan's body. Su Xiaolan felt as if she had been struck by a sledgehammer, and she flew through the air with blood gushing from her mouth. A disdainful expression appeared on Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's face. So what if you're the successor of the vermilion bird? So what if you possess the power of the heavenly Tao? You're nothing in the face of me, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. It was just about to give chase to Su Xiaolan. In the sky above, two peerlessly dazzling saber projections were already crashing down. Dongfang Zhuangshi slashed down with his Luo Tian divine saber. The demonic blood Kirin's crimson divine Tao imbued itself onto the snowy white saber that was inscribed with countless golden divine symbols, and a burst of supreme saber intent fused perfectly with the divine Tao to unleash two massive saber projections over 50 kilometers in length. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong unleashed its Tao jade force field again. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi's saber projections were extremely fearsome, and even after unleashing the Tao jade force field, he was still struck into the ground. Even the earth was torn into two abysses that extended for over 50 kilometers each. It had to be said that Dongfang Zhuangshi's combat prowess was quite impressive, and he was able to alleviate some of the pressure on Enlin and Su Xiaolan. However, he was still a little inferior compared to Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong stood on the ground with no injuries on its body, and it looked up at Dongfang Zhuangshi with a smile. Now that the preparations are complete, come on out, mythological beasts. 99 perfect jade balls flew toward the heads of the ancient ferocious beasts on Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's back before embedding themselves into their foreheads. The 99 heads were like ripened fruits as they separated from the blood-colored bone wings and floated in the void. Then, under the support of the enormous vitality, they rapidly split apart, forming bones and condensing flesh and blood. In the end, they became divine beasts with extremely terrifying auras. And Lin also understood why Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had swallowed the divine pill of life at this moment. Chapter 1632. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong roared as its power of the divine Tao gushed forth with all its might. Its body quickly dimmed and withered, and the Tao jades embedded into the heads of the 99 primordial ferocious beasts became more and more dazzling as the power of life force reversed heaven and earth. In next to no time, a scene that shocked all living beings appeared. 100 beasts filling the sky, all of the primordial ferocious beasts, including Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong, were exuding Tao integration stage energy, fluctuations. There were fiery phoenixes incinerating heaven and earth, gargantuan serpents dancing in the air, divine bulls imbued with paramount divine power, shadow demons that were as ethereal as smoke and mist. The earth had been scorched into a realm of purgatory lava by a round, golden mythological beast. The sky had been taken over by a gargantuan falcon over 100,000 feet in size, with divine winds wreaking havoc around its body. There was a divine beast with the body of a tortoise. There were thousands of colorful centipedes on the tortoise shell, and they were dancing wildly in the void. They were like crazy seaweeds, and they looked especially dynamic and ferocious. There was also a jellyfish beast with a canopy covering an area of over 100 kilometers in radius. Its transparent, tentacles waved downward, and there was a ferocious beast skull beneath each of its tentacles. Countless skulls danced like spores. There was even a lightning divine leopard that was scurrying around like a bolt of lightning. Heaven and earth instantly transformed. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, and Enlin all stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with astonishment, not taking into account anything else. Just the sight of 100 mythological beasts appearing in this world at the same time was already an extremely astonishing spectacle. What was going on? The beast tribe was going to rule over the world? A horde of demons? The end of the world? All of the beast tribe powerful beings who had been forced into a corner erupted into a frenzy. My God! That's our tribe's ancestor, the blue demon Phoenix. Isn't that the legendary earth-shaking divine cow of our cow tribe? Didn't it die a long time ago? Isn't that the scorching ruler of the ancient Tai Chu realm? Gasp! Even the ghost I divine crocodile has appeared. What the hell is that jellyfish with hundreds of thousands of ferocious beast skulls hanging from it? All of the beasts were either extremely excited or shocked as they stared at the mythological beasts before them. Some of them were once renowned rulers of a realm, while others were lost ancient mythological beasts. The scene in front of them not only frightened the enemy, but also stunned the friendly forces. The beasts that had rushed over from afar upon hearing the commotion of the battle all hid far away in fear. They didn't dare to approach that magical realm that struck them as absurd. For the first time, Enlin felt a sense of terror. It was the combined pressure of 100 divine beasts. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong stood proudly at the center of the mythological beasts, and the divine light around its body was dim, but it raised its arms with pride and elation. Do you see this? This is my final masterpiece, Beast Resurrection. Some of them are mythological beasts from the ancient Tai Chu realm. Some of them are mythological beasts from the Tai Chu continent, and some of them are mythological beasts from the Lost World. There are even mythological beasts that are legendary but unverifiable. All of them died, but I revived them. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's eyes were filled with scorching light. See that? 99 divine beasts. They had countless legends. They were the overlords of a region. But now all of them revere me. This is the majesty of a beast tribe, Heavenly Venerate. This is what a beast tribe, Heavenly Venerate, should be like. Even Enlin had never seen such a lavish gathering of 99 mythological beasts. In terms of grandeur, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was indeed the most impressive. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi harumphed coldly. I've only unleashed a portion of the power of a mythological beast. The walking corpses you've summoned only possess the aura of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, but they're the weakest among all Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and they can't maintain their life force forever. So what's the point? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong didn't refute Dongfang Zhuangshi's words. Instead, it chortled with glee. What's the point? Wouldn't killing all of you be the biggest use of it? Demonic blood Kirin, you were inferior to me 10,000 years ago, and you're even more inferior now. The Heavenly Beast Mountain Range is going to be your burial ground. Extremely terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the Tao Jade on the mythological beast's head as it spoke. All of the mythological beasts roared at Enlin, and the others with ferocious expressions in their eyes. This is the first time I've unleashed the 100 mythological beasts to this world. You should feel honored to die under my most powerful attack. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong stood proudly between heaven and earth with its hands clasped behind its back. Go, my mythological beasts, crush them all. The 99 mythological beasts roared before pouncing toward Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi with earth-shattering might. Their combined power was enough to crush the heavens. There were simply too many of them, so many that Enlin's flesh crawled with fear. Tina's battle against the beast tribe powerful beings was drawing to a conclusion. She stared blankly at the mythological beasts in the distance, and she suddenly felt like she was playing house, the first to reach Lin was the lightning divine leopard. Its claws were extremely sharp, and they let loose a piercing screech as it tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. And Lin was no pushover, and he was already prepared for this as he slashed his sword toward the lightning leopard's claws. Terrifying power intermingled with lightning exploded forth, and Lin was slapped flying, and the lightning leopard was also sent flying with its claws sliced open. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin, and a sinister cackle erupted. A black-scaled demonic beast over 1,000 feet tall in a gray robe extended its sharp, spear-like mouth before piercing through space toward Lin's head. And Lin's divine sense had already reached its peak, and he reacted extremely quickly, allowing him to twist his body in midair to evade this attack. The sharp, spear-like mouth merely brushed past Lin's shoulder, puncturing the space up ahead for over 50 kilometers. At this moment, the gargantuan falcon over 100,000 feet in the sky flapped its wings, and violent divine winds swept toward Lin, sending him crashing to the ground. Over 1,000 colorful centipedes writhed their sinister bodies as they pounced toward Lin. Those crimson mouth parts looked as if they were going to devour Lin's flesh and blood. A ferocious expression appeared on Lin's face, and the mountainous divine halo above his head glowed brightly as he unleashed a punch. The golden fist projection crushed all of the dancing centipedes, and even the tortoise-like mythological beast lying on the ground was also blasted through. Howl! The mythological beast howled in anguish, and Lin didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief before his anus suddenly tightened. Unbeknownst to him, a black shadow had already rushed over from behind. A sinister cackle sounded, and it was bone-chilling. The mythological beast-level shadow demon viciously stabbed toward Lin's waist with its shadow longsword, tearing open his divine body as blood splattered through the air. None of the mythological beasts were as powerful as Lin. However, there were simply too many of them. The relentless barrage of attacks and the endless stream of terrifying spell techniques caught Lin off guard, and he soon fell into a dire situation. Chapter 1633. Su Xiaolan was being attacked by the 8 Buddha kings. She had no idea where these 8 monkey gods had come from, but all of them were extremely powerful. Third brother, stall her. Monkey deity, who was proficient in sword techniques, roared. A gray monkey god wielding chains chortled with glee as countless chains surged toward Su Xiaolan from all directions. Su Xiaolan sliced through the sword-wielding monkey god with her sword before evading the countless chains at an extremely fast speed, as if these attacks were nothing to her. However, a monkey king enshrouded in blue flames suddenly blasted flames toward Su Xiaolan to seal off her escape route. Sixth brother, flood the golden mountain, the blue fire monkey king roared. Flames scorched the heavens in front of Su Xiaolan, and a gargantuan wave crashed toward her from behind. She could only unleash her true dragon wall to defend herself. Ice and fire intertwined. Another divine monkey suddenly appeared behind her. Divine Monkey King Kong Fist. Golden light illuminated the sky as the fist projection exploded forth. A devastating explosion erupted, and the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers trembled with unstoppable force. Su Xiaolan was blasted flying by the fist, and a massive black crocodile suddenly appeared before her. It opened its cavernous mouth, from within which was imbued a terrifying destructive power. A vortex-like suction force erupted forth, sucking Su Xiaolan's body in a frenzy. In another place, Dongfang Zhuangshi received special treatment as there were 50 mythological beasts attacking him. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong chortled with glee. Didn't Dongfang Zhuangshi want to take back the chaotic life core? Then I'll kill him first and see how he's going to take it back. Dongfang Zhuangshi had only just sliced a gargantuan mountain over 10,000 feet in half from the earth, shaking divine cow. 10 mythological beasts unleashed their core spell techniques toward him from 10 different directions. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions rocked heaven and earth. The destructive power of the spell techniques threatened to annihilate everything around them. It was also at this moment that a crimson aura tore through the explosive power. An oppressive roar suddenly resounded throughout the world. A kirin over 30,000 feet in length, with a crimson aura enshrouding its entire body, appeared in the sky. Dongfang Zhuangshi was forced to use the demonic blood kirin's true form again. Very good. Demonic blood kirin, unleash your most powerful attack. I'm going to beat you down to the ground again and show you who the true master of the sinister spirit beast cesspool is. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was ecstatic upon seeing Dongfang Zhuangshi's true form, and ripples proliferated from its eyes. All of the mythological beasts seemed to have received a command as they pounced toward the demonic blood kirin again. The demonic blood kirin unleashed two peerlessly domineering saber projections with his Luo Tian divine saber, which sliced two flying mythological beasts in half. After that, the mighty demonic blood kirin was pummeled by the remaining 48 mythological beasts. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong looked on with a wide smile at the three of them who were being beaten up by a group of people. What a beautiful scene! He took out a cup of immortal brew and sipped on it amidst the explosions. Everything within a radius of several thousand miles had turned into a dangerous, forbidden area. This battle had even affected the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. The vital energy within the boundless sinister spirit beast cesspool had become extremely violent, and earth-shattering booms erupted from time to time, as if the entire sky had collapsed. So what if you're the demonic blood kirin? So what if you're the divine phoenix maiden? So what if you're the supremely talented prodigy of the Tai Chu continent? You're still being beaten like a dog by me. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was very feeble, but its 99 mythological beasts were very powerful, so it was not worried. Only a true god would be able to make all of the legendary mythological beasts reappear in this world. Right? A beast tribe powerful being murmured to himself as he looked on from several thousand kilometers away. A series of mighty figures had appeared before their eyes, and they were all exuding boundless might of mythological beasts. How astonishing was this! Many of the beast tribe powerful beings who had gathered to spectate felt like they were living in a dream. After learning that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was responsible for all of this, their reverence toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong became even more unstoppable. Only a god could do this. Not only did the beast tribe powerful beings think this way, but even Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was of the same opinion. It carefully sampled its immortal wine, and there was a look of enlightenment on its face. Over 20 years of hard work went down the drain, and the divine Bat Emperor perished on the spot. All of this is a huge disaster for me. However, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. In a fit of anger, I used my most deeply hidden trump card, and I actually gained enlightenment. Emperor Yu Qiong looked on at the three of them with a smile on its face. I've already observed the Tao of life and death to the extreme. Now that I've unleashed my 100 mythological beast mystic technique with all my might, I've seen a brand new light in the Tao of life. I know what that light entails. Perhaps I'm about to take that step, and when that time comes, I'll become a true god. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was very elated. It raised its cup of immortal wine and toasted the demonic blood kirin before downing the entire cup. It was also at this moment that a peerlessly dazzling bolt of lightning pierced through the air like a menacing golden dragon, tearing through all things before hurtling directly toward it. Golden lightning revolved around Enlin's body, and he charged forward with unstoppable force. 3 mythological beasts were torn to shreds by the lightning, and 2 of them were severely wounded. He was the ruler of lightning, the fiercest and most young, able to shatter all things. Is this the power of the heavenly gods again? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was struck by a headache. What an annoying ability. It discovered that Enlin was charging toward it. Brother Yu Cheong, you look a little feeble. Do you want me to help you recover? And Lin chortled with glee as his body shot forth, like a streak of golden light, toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. Capture the leader first. If he could kill Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, perhaps he could dispel this spell technique. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong harumphed coldly. A blue phoenix descended from the sky and picked it up before fleeing into the distance. This was not a good time to face and Lin head-on. Using the beast swarm tactic to whittle and Lin down to death was the correct way to go. And Lin chased after Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and there were all types of mythological beasts that were either wielding weapons or menacing claws as they hurled one earth-shattering spell technique after another toward Lin. Along the way, mountains and rivers crumbled, and the sun and moon reversed, creating a doomsday scenario, and Lin was struggling to keep up. Maintaining his power of lightning this entire time was extremely taxing on his energy. On top of that, there were countless mythological beasts attacking him, and he had no choice but to divert his attention to evade and defend against their attacks. It was very difficult for him to catch up to Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong on its phoenix. He was getting a little frustrated. During his battle with Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi, only about a dozen or so mythological beasts had perished. But there were still over 80 mythological beasts left. Some of them were injured, and some of them were exhausted. If he really wanted to kill all of the mythological beasts through battle, he probably wouldn't be able to do it, even if he fought with his life on the line. So what other method was there? What other method was there to dispel Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's spell technique? Chapter 1634. The ghost divine crocodile spread its wings and swam through the air. Its body was over 10,000 meters in length, and its thick scales glowed with a black light of despair under the sun. Bursts of ghostly energy revolved around its body like dragons, exuding terrifying energy fluctuations. Such a powerful creature's stomach suddenly began to swell and turn red. A pained expression appeared on the ghost divine crocodile's face as it struggled with all its might. However, its struggles were completely futile. Its scales began to crack, revealing charred flesh and blood. Boom! A white holy flame vermilion bird rose into the sky and tore the ghost divine crocodile in half, while boundless holy flames continued to burn the ghost divine crocodile. The ghost divine crocodile wailed with anguish as it tried to extinguish the holy flames with its black, ghostly energy. However, the holy flames were extremely pure and were not something that could be extinguished by the ghostly energy. Not only did the holy flames not weaken, but they also burned even more vigorously. Soon, the ghost divine crocodile was completely charred, and the Tao jade on its forehead also shattered. The woman in the jade dress stood in midair with holy flames revolving around her dragon's sparrow sword. A holy and ethereal aura made her appear as if she were a holy maiden, exuding a sense of otherworldly beauty. You want to swallow me? Think about whether you can swallow me first. Su Xiaolan harumphed coldly. However, this was nothing to the mythological beasts, and all of them roared as they pounced toward Su Xiaolan after seeing her attempt to break through their encirclement. A cold expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon seeing this, and she gritted her teeth before continuing to unleash her buff, mystic technique to elevate her cultivation base in order to fight with all her might. If she continued like this, she would probably run out of energy and be beaten to death, right? However, Su Xiaolan knew that this wasn't going to continue. She looked at Lin, who was still pursuing Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and she felt a lot more at ease. How could she give up before her thighs collapsed? Within the collapsed Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, Tina worked together with the Frost Dress Woman and Gluttony to kill the Wild Saber Immortal and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit. 99 divine beasts were very powerful, but they did not affect the battle here. The beast race powerhouses were excited, but the only thing different from before was that they could die happily, right? One by one, the beasts died, and they let out their final cries. Ha ha ha, so what if you kill me? You will also come down to accompany us later. Enjoy your final despair. Our ancestors will grant you eternal despair. Die, die, die. All of you must die. Ah, all of the beast tribe powerful beings charged toward the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team, one after another. Even if they were to die, they were determined to drag the powerful beings of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team down with them. Tina's brows furrowed slightly and she attacked again. Her sword flashed with the power of the Divine Mirror World's mighty figures, and she slew a few massive minotaur mighty figures that were over 10,000 feet tall. Soon, all of the beasts on the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain were killed. Even though the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team had crushed their opponents in this battle, their losses were still not optimistic. Over 200 Soul Formation stage powerful beings and 2 Return to Void stage mighty figures had perished. The Beast Tribe was simply too good at fighting with their lives on the line. Even when they were at an absolute disadvantage, they did not cower in the slightest and fought with their lives on the line. It was exactly because of this that the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team still lost so many powerful beings, even though they had the upper hand. The Beast Tribe of the Sinister Spirit Beast Cesspool was an extremely fearsome foe. If even these Soul Formation stage and Return to Void stage beasts were so fearsome, then just how terrifying would the Tao Integration stage mythological beasts be? There were over 80 Tao Integration stage mythological beasts right before their eyes, and they were displaying their terrifying might to the world. Tina stood on her sword and surveyed the battle in the distance. Just the auras released by the battle alone struck fear into her heart, even from so far away. Goddess, are we going to reinforce spokesperson and Lin? A light-wing clan mighty figure of the Return to Void stage made his way over to Tina and knelt down on one knee. Tina rolled her eyes. How are we going to reinforce him? Are we going to send you to your deaths? The Light-Wing clan Return to Void stage mighty figure instantly shed tears of gratitude. Goddess, I'm so touched that you're still worried about our safety, even at a time like this. All of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team members also had tears of gratitude in their eyes as they nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Our goddess is simply too kind. We're willing to lay our lives on the line for a goddess like her. Even if we die under the light of our goddess, we'll be able to attain eternal life. Tina felt like her head was about to explode. All right, that's enough. You guys can go into my pet spirit ball world to recuperate. All of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team members nodded in agreement. After seeing off all of the bootlickers, Tina began to feel depressed again. She was very dejected that she was unable to help Enlin at a time like this. At Dongfang Zhuangsher's location, several dozen mythological beasts surrounded Dongfang Zhuangsher, creating quite a spectacular sight to behold. Just the shockwaves released by them were threatening to topple the entire heavens. Due to a moment of carelessness, he was trapped by all of the mythological beasts and fell into a perilous situation. A yellow dragon wound itself around the demonic blood Kirin's body. 2 identical mythological beasts with tiger heads and snake bodies stood on either side of the demonic blood Kirin, unleashing a barrage of extreme frost to restrict his movements. The jellyfish in the sky extended countless tentacles with the skulls of ferocious beasts dangling from them, creating an extremely powerful ceiling formation around the demonic blood Kirin. A 9-tailed divine fox wielded a celestial sword and punctured the demonic blood Kirin's body, upon which demonic blood sprayed forth. At the same time, King Kong's hammer, the divine elephant, stomped the heavenly hound's bite. Countless mythological beasts swarmed toward the demonic blood Kirin in order to kill him. Dongfang Zhuangsher was in an extremely perilous situation. In another place, Enlin was still chasing Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong, but he was unable to catch up, and he killed 2 more mythological beasts in a fit of rage. Little B** starred Yu Qiong. You're a coward with no D** CK. Weren't you just yelling at the heavens and the earth? Aren't you the heavens of the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Why are you running? You've brought shame to the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. And Lin roared. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's lips twitched, and it really wanted to turn around and fight Lin. However, its rationality prevented it from doing so. Humph. I hope you'll still be able to say something like that when you run out of energy. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong chuckled coldly and ignored Lin's taunts as it continued to flee. And Lin fell into deep thought after discovering that his verbal attacks were useless. The only obstacle now was the relentless stream of mythological beasts pouncing toward him, which forced him to divert some of his attention to deal with them. If he focused on chasing Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, he would be able to catch up to it in less than 5 seconds. In that case, was there any way for him to temporarily lose the ability to chase after the divine beast that was pouncing towards him without using any excess power? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin, and he thought of something that he had left in his storage ring. Chapter 1635. When Lin defeated Immortal King Fenghuia on the Divine Source Continent, he discovered something very special when he was collecting the spoils of war from the Immortal King Palace. Luo Yan had told him that the Immortal King had secretly collected a type of crystal known as the Dark Crystal. The Dark Crystal was imbued with extremely rich Dark-type energy, which could assist one in attaining the true intent of Yin and unleash a one-time burst of Dark-type energy. To put it in simpler terms, it was a Dark-type energy bomb. Luo Yan had also told him that a single Dark Crystal was enough to severely wound or even kill a top-rate Exalted Immortal. A top-rate Exalted Immortal was equivalent to a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage on the Taichu continent, which meant that a single Dark Crystal could unleash a full-force attack from a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage. Not only that, but if an enemy was struck by a Dark Crystal, the Dark Crystal would also release a special type of spiritual power that could engulf the enemy's consciousness, thereby rendering the enemy imbecile. A single Dark Crystal wasn't that heavy, and it couldn't even affect a mythological beast. However, Immortal King Fenghuia had collected over 10,000 Dark Crystals for thousands of years. What would it be like if all 10,000 Dark Crystals were to explode at the same time? And Lin felt as if he had discovered a new continent, and a smile appeared on his face. You little brat Yu Cheong, your end is here. At this moment, 2 more mythological beasts appeared up ahead. One of them was a venomous lizard dragon with 8 wings, while the other was a sword-wielding werewolf. They charged toward Lin, and before they even had a chance to attack, a vast number of dark crystals suddenly appeared beside them. A quick count revealed that there were over 1,000 of them. One dark crystal might not be able to stop a mythological beast, but what about 1,000? If they were to explode at the same time, the mythological beast would be wounded, thereby creating an opportunity for Lin to continue his pursuit of Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, right? The dark crystals filled the entire space around the 2 mythological beasts, and a black light erupted forth, as if it were going to engulf all things between heaven and earth. At the same time, a dark energy began to emanate from it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the sky. 1,000 dark crystals were equivalent to 1,000 mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage, unleashing their power at the same time. Even the beasts tens of thousands of kilometers away could see the gargantuan black ball expanding relentlessly, as if it were an all-engulfing black hole. Destructive energy filled the sky like a curtain of night covering the blue dome of heaven. Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and all of the other mythological beasts stared at the sight of the explosion in shock. The destructive power there was truly frightening. For a moment, heaven and earth were completely plunged into darkness. This energy erupted quickly and disappeared quickly as well. Soon, the dark energy completely dissipated, and Lin had initially planned to pursue Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong during the explosion. But he had underestimated the power of the explosion and was blasted flying as well. Cough, cough, cough! What kind of power is this? And Lin clutched his chest and coughed out some blood. He felt his brain buzzing and his internal organs being damaged. He looked forward and was instantly stunned. At this moment, the 8-winged hyper-toxic salamander and the dual-wielding werewolf had turned into 2 pieces of black charcoal, standing still on the spot. A gust of wind blew from afar, and the 2 mythological beasts immediately turned into ashes, dissipating into the void. And Lin, wasn't this a little too powerful? He had only wanted to use the nether crystals to stop the mythological beast. How did it die just like that? After a brief stupor, an ecstatic expression appeared on Lin's face, and he continued to chase after Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Right now he was invincible. No one could stop him. A flying dragon began to fly over to kill him. He tossed 100 nether crystals toward it. That's right. Only 1/10 of what he had before was enough. Boom! Dark energy exploded. The terrifying explosion sent the wyvern mythological beast flying, and Lin continued to charge toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. 100 nether crystals was enough to stop a mythological beast. He only had 9,000 nether crystals left, so he had to save some. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had intentionally circled around the battlefield in order to use the mythological beasts to wear down Enlin and slow down Enlin before exhausting Enlin to death. However, now that he had the nether crystals, Enlin was no longer afraid of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's exhaustion. At this moment, 3 more mythological beasts pounced toward Enlin from 3 different directions. One was a mythological beast with a long neck like a giraffe, but a Kirin horn on its head. One was a pig god wielding a mace. The last one was a flying god goat riding atop a golden light. And Lin immediately tossed out 300 nether crystals. Boom! 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 The 3 mythological beasts were all dumbstruck, and their minds seemed to have been affected as well. The giraffe-like mythological beast's head thrashed wildly as it used its neck to tie itself into a dead knot. Zhu Xin, who was holding the mace, didn't stop. He followed his original trajectory and flew in front of the flying god goat, who was stepping on the golden light. He swung his mace over. Bam! Bah! The flying god goat let loose a wail of anguish as it was knocked flying for over 10 kilometers. Is this the power that can affect an enemy's mind? That's bad asterisk SS. And Lin exclaimed with amazement. He continued to chase after Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. This time, the distance between them was quickly closing. Which mythological beast was trying to kill him? All he had to do was toss some nether crystals. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had also been forced into a corner, and it began to mobilize all of the mythological beasts surrounding Dongfang Zhuangshi and Su Xiaolan to attack Enlin. In the blink of an eye, Enlin was surrounded by 50 mythological beasts. Look out, Enlin! The demonic blood Kirin roared with blood all over his body. He was on the brink of death. A massive crisis suddenly descended upon him. This was very similar to what Dongfang Zhuangshi had encountered. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi had to fight with all his might just to survive, but Enlin was not afraid in the slightest. So many mythological beasts have come. And Lin chuckled coldly as he rubbed the storage ring on his finger, upon which light flashed. I'll do. Toss your nether crystals. Boom, 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 boom. A series of black flowers of destruction exploded between heaven and earth. Countless mythological beasts wailed with anguish. At that moment, Enlin was the king of explosions. Countless mythological beasts were blasted into oblivion. The exploding nether crystals had become the worst nightmare for all of the mythological beasts. As for Enlin, who was responsible for tossing the nether crystals, he had become the most fearsome mythological beasts. He would explode wherever he went, and all of the mythological beasts that got close to him were all blasted to the point of incapacitation. A hint of horror and exasperation finally appeared in the hearts of all of the mythological beasts. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was feeling a headache coming on. Where did Enlin get so many terrifyingly powerful energy crystals? Did they even exist on the Tai Chu continent? At this moment, Enlin's laughter sounded from behind it. Ha ha ha, little Yu Cheong, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Hurry up and use them, or I'm going to hammer you to death. Oh, right, I'll tell you another secret. I have 100,000 of these exploding nether crystals. Boom! And Lin's words struck Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's mind like a bolt of lightning. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong stumbled and almost fell off its phoenix back. 100,000. How the F*CK could there be so many? Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was in despair. Chapter 1636. Of course, Enlin didn't have 100,000 dark crystals. Immortal King Fenghuia had searched the divine source continent for thousands of years and had only managed to gather just over 10,000 dark crystals. After expending so many dark crystals during this battle, he only had 5,000 left, which was actually not a lot. However, that didn't matter. He was already very close to Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong and was about to enter its attack range. Old man Yu Cheong, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you excited? Papa is coming to blow you up. And Lin chortled with glee as he felt a sense of elation. The main reason was that he had been chased around by the mythological beasts for so long, and now that he had a chance to retaliate, he felt as if his Tao heart had also become more stable. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was very frustrated. Its 100 mythological beasts mystic technique actually had its flaws. The biggest flaw was that using this technique placed an extremely heavy burden on its body. Even with the enhancements of a life-type divine pill and the temporary resurrection of 99 mythological beasts, its body was still extremely feeble. With so many mythological beasts protecting it, it didn't really matter if it was feeble. However, it didn't think that there would be so many explosive dark crystals in Enlin's storage ring. Boom! 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 And Lin tossed out another 200 dark crystals to blow up the final wave of enemies. At this moment, he was only 30,000 meters away from Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. Whoosh! A wind divine halo appeared above its head, and Lin's aura completely transformed, as if the heavenly wind god had descended upon this world. 2 of his fingers were imbued with the extremely powerful power of wind as he slashed a slash through the air toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. 9th stage wind spirit technique, Heavenly Blade. A white line sliced through the heavens, slicing through yin and yang like a streak of light, traveling for over 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong had been paying close attention to Enlin's movements, and it immediately unleashed all of its power to evade Enlin's attack. Finally, it managed to evade the Heavenly Blade in the nick of time. However, it still managed to evade. The phoenix beneath it let loose an anguished wail as its body was sliced in half. The blue demon phoenix was only at the weakest of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures, so there was no way it would be able to defend itself against the power of the heavenly gods. As such, being sliced in half was completely within Enlin's expectations. Blue blood splattered across the sky, and a huge body fell to the ground. Little Yu Cheong, your mount has exploded. Let's see how you're going to run now. And Lin laughed sinisterly from behind. His speed skyrocketed once again as he closed the distance between them in a frenzy. Without the blue phoenix's assistance, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's speed had already slowed down significantly. A pitch-black sword appeared in Enlin's hand. The power of the heavenly wind god was injected into the evil-slaying sword, and Enlin's speed was elevated explosively once again by the 6 strikes of the war god. He was so fast that even Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was astonished. In the next instant, Enlin had already appeared before Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and his black sword fell mercilessly. Whoosh! The white jade shattered. A massive gash was sliced into Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's body by the evil-slaying sword, from which translucent blood splattered through the air like pearls. Die! Even after being wounded, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was still able to retaliate. It opened its mouth to blast a white beam of light toward Enlin, which was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Then his desperate counterattack was once again blocked by a transparent membrane. This again. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was in despair. "Get the hell down here." And Lin charged toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and he let loose an almighty roar before launching a side kick toward it. Bam! Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's Tao body, which had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years, caved in and cracked open by Lin's kick. The most powerful being of the sinister spirit beast cesspool let loose a wail of anguish as its body crashed to the ground like a meteorite, creating a massive crater in the ground. And Lin stood proudly in the sky and looked down at Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. "The heavens of the sinister spirit beast cesspool? You want to kill me like a chicken? Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, stand up and fight me." Its voice erupted like a clap of thunder in all directions. Boundless divine might descended upon Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, making it wobbly on its feet. All of the beasts in the extremely far distance were completely petrified by Enlin's words. From Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, resurrecting 99 mythological beasts and toying with the 3 of them, to Enlin pulling out his dark crystal to save the day, to Enlin knocking Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong into the ground in the end. Everything had been witnessed by all of the beasts in the distance. It was exactly because of this that they were once again filled with awe and veneration toward Enlin. And Lin was like an invincible war god. Even the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool had to bow its head in front of him. Our Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong lost? Is this the power of the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect? How graceful! How glorious! The extermination team leader is not someone we can imagine. The fact that he was able to destroy the heavenly human tribes, Southern Heavenly Gate, is already a testament to his power. Could it be that our sinister spirit beast cesspool is going to lose 2 mythological beasts today? Some of the beasts were astonished, while others heaved forlorn sighs. They either worshipped Enlin or they hated Enlin. But it was undeniable that all of them had experienced just how terrifying Enlin was. The divine halo above Enlin's head transformed from a white stream of wind to an earthy yellow color. Power of mountains, activate. He began to charge toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his fist. The power of mountains was fully activated, and the paramount power of laws that could crush and crush all things converged on his fist. A gargantuan projection began to appear, obscuring the entire sky. This spell technique? Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's eyes widened as its body trembled uncontrollably. It recognized this technique, and it could be said that it had an extremely deep impression of it, as the divine Bet Emperor had perished to this very fist. Its gargantuan body had been pulverized into a piece of paper, the final version of Enlin's mountain-quaking fist, Mount Bujo's iron fist. A majestic true intent that made all living beings look up to it began to be released. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong felt like it could see a gargantuan mountain with no end in sight crashing down from the sky with unstoppable might. The boundless might emanating from its body made it completely immobilized and unable to move. This was an unimaginably terrifying fist. The divine Bet Emperor had been crushed to death. In its current state, it wasn't much more powerful than the divine Bet Emperor. After all, most of its power had been injected into the 100 mythological beast spell technique. With this in mind, Emperor Yu Cheong finally made a decision. It spread open its arms and raised its head to the sky. Return! The 65 mythological beasts that were still alive suddenly withered, as if all of their life force energy had been sucked away by the perfect white jade above their heads. The white jade then pierced through space and instantly returned to Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's side. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong absorbed the life force energy within the white jade, and its energy was quickly recovering. At this moment, the projection of Mount Buzhou had already fallen. This technique wasn't as terrifying as the heavenly mountain god's projection of Mount Buzhou, but it wasn't that much inferior. The gargantuan projection of the mountain took up almost everything in its field of vision. When it crashed down, it unleashed earth-shattering shockwaves. Shockwaves erupted for several hundred kilometers. The solid earth was instantly caved in and collapsed. All of the living beings present stared up at the gargantuan mountain with astonishment etched on their faces. What they were most concerned about was whether Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had been crushed to death. Chapter 1637. Su Xiaolan's jade robe was stained with blood, and her features were also stained with blood, giving her an extremely disheveled appearance. However, a vibrant smile still appeared on her face at the sight of Enlin bashing Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong into the ground and forcing it to withdraw its 100 mythological beast mystic technique. I knew Enlin wouldn't disappoint me. Well done. She swallowed an immortal pill before slowly approaching Enlin. Mr. Enlin sure is King awesome. Dongfang Zhuangshi panted heavily with a look of approval on his face. Enlin's performance had far exceeded his expectations, and it could even be said that he was pleasantly surprised. Never would he have thought that Enlin would be able to catch up to Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong in the face of several dozen mythological beasts and pummel it to the ground. If it weren't for Enlin's performance, he would have been severely injured, even if he didn't die. No, he had already been severely injured. Dongfang Zhuangshi was in the worst shape among the three of them. All 4 of his gargantuan Kirin's legs had been severed, and half of his body had been blasted into smithereens. The rest of his body was riddled with gaping wounds from which blood flowed freely. Even Su Xiaolan didn't know how a Kirin like this was able to survive. Dongfang Zhuangshi's power of the divine Tao enshrouded his entire body, and his bones, internal organs, and flesh were all being healed at a rate discernible to the naked eye. This regenerative ability is comparable to that of a blood tribe Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Su Xiaolan was astonished. Dongfang Zhuangshi raised his proud head upon hearing this. The title of demonic blood Kirin is not just for show. I am the undisputed #1 expert in the Tao of life and blood in the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. That's not necessarily the case. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong is able to manifest a mythological beast that only exists in legends and legends into a living being. Isn't that a little more powerful than you? Well, a faint blush appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face as he said stubbornly, "That's because we walk different paths. Besides, he's probably borrowing the power of the chaotic life core to unleash that mystic technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't be afraid of him in a one-on-one battle. You have to understand, I haven't even fought to the death yet." Su Xiaolan's lips twitched as she looked at Dongfang Zhuangshi's battered body. Wasn't this a desperate fight? He was about to lose his life, wasn't he? Su Xiaolan had no interest in continuing to crush the middle-aged man's fragile heart, and she turned toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's survival was her top priority. The silhouette of Mount Buzhou dimmed. The power of the fist dissipated, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't help but fly closer to check on Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong, and Lin panted heavily as he also cast his gaze toward the ground. His Mount Buzhou iron fist had almost drained all the remaining strength in his body. His divine halo disintegrated into specks of light, and if it weren't for the fact that he had to maintain his composure, his eyes would have rolled into the back of his head and he would have fainted already. Su Xiaolan was extremely excited. Is Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong dead? Dongfang Zhuangshi was also very excited. Is it flattened? The two of them looked down from above the massive crater, and both of them faltered slightly upon seeing this. It's still alive. Su Xiaolan's brows perked up slightly. It's still alive. Dongfang Zhuangshi was even more unconvinced. At the center of the massive crater, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's 65 perfect jade beads had formed an umbrella-shaped formation around it, thereby keeping Enlin's terrifying attack at bay. Of course, all 65 perfect jade beads had been completely destroyed. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's body was also riddled with cracks, and its flawless body looked as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Even so, it was still standing. The crushing weight of Mount Buzhou still hadn't knocked it down. A sense of respect welled up in Enlin's heart, and he clasped his hands behind his back. "You're not bad. You were able to take a punch from me without falling." Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was enraged. What was with this superior and haughty attitude? Would it die if it didn't flex? "However, this is the end of the road for you," Enlin continued. That's not necessarily the case." Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong forced a smile onto its face as it looked up at the white-robed man in the sky with a fierce expression. "You've also reached your limit, haven't you? Otherwise, you would be able to kill me with your powers of the heavenly gods, but you haven't. You're not an idiot who creates opportunities for your enemy to retaliate just for the sake of flexing. The only explanation is that you no longer have the power to use your powers of the heavenly gods. In fact, you don't even have the power to unleash powerful immortal spells." Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong looked at Enlin as if it had seen through everything. It wanted to see Enlin's nervous expression after being exposed. But to its surprise, Enlin was still as calm and collected as ever. "I think you might have misunderstood something," Enlin said. "Misunderstood what?" Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's brows furrowed slightly. A smile suddenly appeared on Enlin's face. "I'm not in a hurry to kill you, not because I don't have the power to." He pulled out 2 immortal pills from his storage ring before swallowing them with a smile. "It's because I want to make a breakthrough to celebrate before I kill you." "What? Breakthrough to celebrate?" Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was at a complete loss, as if it had heard wrong. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong were also staring at Enlin with confusion on their faces. Only Su Xiaolan drew a sharp intake of breath. "Enlin, can't you take a break?" She knew what Enlin was referring to. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong had most likely been beaten into submission by Enlin, and Enlin was about to progress to the return to void intermediate stage. "No, that's not for me to decide." A wry smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked down at Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong like a heavenly god. "You should feel honored to be able to witness me progress to the return to void intermediate stage before you die." Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's face convulsed. "Honored? It had nothing to do with me whether you could progress to the return to void intermediate stage or not." "No, that wasn't the point." Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong came to its senses, and it was finally astonished. You were able to make a breakthrough during your battle with me? It's all thanks to you being beaten into submission by me." And Lin's eyes lit up with a smile, and the gratitude on his face didn't seem to be feigned. "No, I, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, am the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, the king of all mythological beasts. How could I be beaten into submission by you? Don't spout nonsense." Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's aura exploded forth, and the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers began to tremor violently. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi's expressions both shifted. They didn't think that Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong would still be able to unleash such a powerful aura. "There's no point in being stubborn. I've already been beaten into submission by the official system." And Lin chuckled. "Cultivation rank mission. Progress to the return to void intermediate stage. Beat 9 Tao integration stage living beings into submission. Mission progress. Currently, the Tao integration stage living beings are Immortal King Fengwei, Emperor Yideng, Emperor Enmeng, Empress Helen, Emperor Beixing, the God Engulfing Skeleton, the Dark Spirit King, the Divine Bad Emperor, and Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. Mission completed. Begin. Chapter 1638. And Lin stepped forward, and the sky within a radius of over 1,500 kilometers suddenly changed color. Vital energy surged violently. Dark clouds gathered, and divine lightning rumbled. This was undoubtedly a sign that a return to void stage mighty figure was transcending a tribulation. No, how could this be? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong shook its head relentlessly, as if it had been dealt a heavy blow. Was this tribulation something that could be transcended just like that? And Lin had told it that he was going to transcend a tribulation to celebrate its death. And he had really done just that. What kind of humiliation was this? In the sky above, golden void lightning surged and roared like a dragon. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's eyes suddenly lit up as it looked up at the surging lightning. No, isn't this a good thing for me? And Lin had chosen to transcend his tribulation here, so he couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, the divine lightning would only become more and more powerful until it was blasted to death. Transcending a tribulation in front of an enemy was the stupidest thing to do. Haha, you're asking for it, so don't blame me. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong couldn't help but chortle with glee. It stepped forward, and its body rose into the sky like a massive bird. Its target was Lin, who was still transcending his tribulation. I really want to see what will happen if your tribulation is disturbed. A ferocious expression appeared on Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's face as a terrifying power gathered in its hands. And Lin, Mr. Lin. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi's expressions shifted at the same time, and they charged toward Lin. And Lin's tribulation transcendence really couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, there would be irreversible consequences. You're too slow. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong chuckled coldly. It was confident that it would be able to beat the crap out of Lin before Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi arrived. Dai Lin, this is your grave. A white Dao jade imbued with extremely terrifying power appeared in Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's hands, and it was just about to hurl it toward Lin. At this moment, the golden void lightning in the sky above suddenly tore through the dark clouds before crashing down toward Lin with terrifying power. The light from the golden void lightning illuminated heaven and earth with a dazzling golden light. Ha ha ha! Even the heavens are on my side. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was ecstatic. He and the golden void lightning in the sky were attacking from above. So where could Lin run to? However, before he had a chance to celebrate, the golden void lightning in the sky suddenly changed directions before crashing down upon him with even more terrifying power. Rumble, a thunderous roar that seemed to resound through the heavens, resounded throughout the world. Thunder exploded and heaven and earth shook. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong stood in midair with its charred body and a blank expression on its face. Why did the lightning strike me? Are you going through the tribulation, or am I? Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong looked up into the sky with a skeptical expression, and Lin looked at Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong with a mocking expression. Little Yu Qiong, do you like this grand funeral? The golden void lightning produced by the heavenly Tao is here to see you off. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's eyes widened with rage. Boom! Another bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky. As expected, the golden void lightning changed directions again. Instead of striking Lin, it struck Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong with even more terrifying power. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was prepared this time, and it let loose an almighty roar as it shielded itself with its Tao Jade. Lightning exploded and clashed violently with the power of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's Tao Jade. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was blasted flying by the golden void lightning. I remember now. You're the Lord of Transcendence. An enlightened expression appeared on Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's face, and Lin possessed the ability to control divine lightning, so it was no wonder that he was able to strike it with his golden void lightning. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong spoke in a cold voice. You're going to suffer a lot of damage if you do this. If you strike me with your golden void lightning, you'll infuriate the heavens. If the golden void lightning can't strike its target, it'll become even more terrifying. When that time comes, the difficulty of your tribulation transcendence will also increase exponentially. Tribulation transcendence, for return to void stage mighty figures, wasn't very dangerous. But if Enlin continued to play around like this, he was going to get himself killed sooner or later. Infuriate the heavens. Enlin slowly extended his arms and looked up into the sky, as if he were embracing the entire heaven and earth. In the sky above, golden void lightning tore through the clouds, displaying its boundless might to the world. I am the paramount master of lightning between heaven and earth. The divine lightning will do whatever I want it to do. As for what the heavens think, what does that have to do with me? His voice was like the rumbling of the great Tao, and countless bolts of golden void lightning pierced through the clouds like sharp swords. Each and every bolt of golden void lightning was more powerful than the ones before it. There were now 10 bolts, 100 bolts, 1,000 bolts. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong looked up at the countless bolts of golden void lightning hanging above its head, and its legs became a little weak for some reason. It knew that all of those bolts of golden void lightning were targeting it. All of the lightning in the tribulation clouds had been manipulated by Enlin. What kind of power was this? The white-robed man, standing at the center of the bolts of lightning, was most likely the true god of this world. Not only was Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong thinking this, but Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and all of the spectating beasts were also thinking the same thing. Not only was the divine lightning not striking Enlin, but all of them were also targeting Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. One had to realize that tribulation transcendence at this stage was supposed to come down one bolt at a time, but now there were over 1,000 bolts of divine lightning crashing down at once. How were they supposed to survive this? Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong suddenly understood why Enlin had chosen to transcend his tribulation here. It was because he was borrowing the power of the divine lightning to destroy it. Enjoy your final moments. And Lin pointed up at the sky with one hand, then at Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong with the other. Lightning flashed on his fingertips, as if he were guiding the stars in the sky, and the most dazzling light in the history of Enlin's body erupted forth. 10,000 bolts of lightning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning roared, and golden lightning filled the entire heaven and earth. Destructive golden void lightning poured down like a waterfall or a rain of divine swords. They crashed down toward Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong in an extremely domineering and frenzied manner, as if they were going to destroy the entire heaven and earth. It was so dazzling, leaving only a golden color between heaven and earth. It was also so terrifying, and everything in its path, including space itself, was pulverized into nothingness. This was the final form of golden void lightning. All things were void, and golden lightning was one and only. The golden lightning instantly engulfed Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. Everything within a radius of over 50 kilometers was annihilated into nothingness. In the sky above, the white-robed man stood amid the exploding golden void lightning with glowing eyes and translucent skin. The aura he exuded was intoxicating and reverent. Su Xiaolan's heart trembled at the sight of Enlin. This was a natural reaction from discovering a new side of the man she loved. Enlin was also extremely mesmerizing. Enlin liked to flex, but perhaps even Enlin didn't know that Su Xiaolan liked to watch Enlin flex. Chapter 1639. Earth-shattering divine lightning fell as boundless golden void lightning wreaked havoc on the earth, destroying everything in its path. The might of the thunder slowly dissipated, and the earth had already been ravaged by the thunder and lightning. In the middle of the pit, a charred body stood upright. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's translucent body had been completely charred by the golden void lightning, and it remained rooted to the spot with no signs of life. The audience was silent. Only the tribulation clouds in the sky were still rolling. The experts of the beast tribe stared with their eyes open wide, as if they were waiting for something to happen, hoping that the scorched body would be able to move all of a sudden. They refused to believe that the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool had fallen just like that. But suddenly, the great Tao of heaven and earth wailed at the same time. Boundless sorrow engulfed heaven and earth, engulfing the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. Heaven and earth mourn the fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. An inconceivably large natural phenomenon appeared once again. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was pronounced dead by heaven and earth. This time, no one could deny it, because the truth was right in front of them. The tens of billions of beasts in the sinister spirit beast cesspool all looked up at the sky with tears streaming down their faces. Information flowed into their minds, informing them that the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, had fallen. This was a message to the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. Even the divine Bat Emperor didn't receive this kind of treatment. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was most likely the only mythological beast in the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool that received news of its death. Sorrow permeated the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool, and Lin was still standing proudly in the sky. His white clothes fluttered in the wind like an invincible god of war. He had now crushed the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool beneath his feet and become the most powerful being in this realm. All of the beasts felt that it wouldn't be long before Lin's name would resound throughout the entire continent. Aside from those legendary gods of creation, Lin was probably invincible on the entire Tai Chu continent. The tribulation clouds were still roiling, and Lin knew that it was time for him to transcend the tribulation. It had used its own tribulation to deliver a tribulation to Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. After doing all this, Lin felt as if his Tao heart had been cleansed and refreshed. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong was truly worthy of his respect. Even after being struck by such a terrifying attack, it was still able to remain standing and did not fall. This was the pride of the most powerful beings in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Not only was Lin in awe, but even Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi were also very impressed. Wait, something's not right, Su Xiaolan suddenly said. Dongfang Zhuangshi's brows also furrowed. What about the final divine Tao reciprocation after perishing at the Tao integration stage? The death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was beneficial to all living beings in this world. It was the equivalent of their final large-scale inheritance, allowing them to attain enlightenment and reciprocate heaven and earth. But what about Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's feedback? Absolutely not. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi were confused. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong suddenly opened its mouth, bang. A pillar of white light, which had been condensed to the extreme, suddenly hurtled toward Lin at an extremely fast speed. Su Xiaolan pounced toward Lin in a panicked manner in an attempt to block the pillar of light. However, the pillar of light was extremely fast, and it instantly punctured Lin's body before countless golden divine symbols appeared all over Lin's body like crawling insects. And Lin's eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong. Everything had happened far too abruptly, and he had no time to react. Wasn't Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong dead? Why was it still able to use spell techniques? Su Xiaolan rushed over to Lin and pressed a hand over the wound on Lin's body as she unleashed a healing spell technique on Lin. Are you all right? At this moment, an extremely terrifying burst of Tao true intent wreaked havoc upon Lin's body. This was the true intent of the flawless Tao Jade, transforming one's body into Tao, reversing life and death. I get it now. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong injected all of its divine Tao reciprocation into my body after its death. A look of enlightenment appeared in Lin's eyes. You can do that. Dongfang Zhuangshi also flew over with astonishment on his face, and Lin knew that, theoretically speaking, it should be possible to achieve this. Why wasn't Lin and Su Xiaolan able to recover from their injuries so quickly upon Raphaela's death? Aside from the fact that they were very close to the site of Raphaela's death, it was most likely because Raphaela had intentionally or unintentionally focused its divine Tao reciprocation on the two of them. Why? Why is it doing this? Su Xiaolan was a little perplexed. The divine Tao reciprocation contained the paramount Tao observation of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, and had bestowed it all upon Enlin without any reservation. Was it trying to make Enlin inherit its power? Could it be that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had been beaten into submission? A wry smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he couldn't help but throw up another mouthful of blood. At this moment, the peculiar golden divine symbols had already crawled all over his body and fused into his flesh and blood. He heaved a forlorn sigh. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage and was only one step away from the God of creation stage. Do you think it's helping me by injecting all of its divine Tao into my body after its death? Su Xiaolan's features paled even further. It's trying to kill you. What a vicious technique. It's still haunting me even after death. Dongfang Zhuangshi gritted his teeth with rage. Then what do we do, Enlin? Su Xiaolan was on the brink of tears. She discovered that no matter how she treated him, she was unable to eradicate the power of the divine Tao reciprocation that had been injected into Enlin's body. What are you panicking for? Blood trickled down the corners of Enlin's lips, but a confident smile appeared on his face. I still have trump cards up my sleeve. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi both looked at Enlin with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Enlin pulled out his evil-slaying sword from his storage ring with a smile. My evil-slaying sword has a special effect. It can vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, and it can cleanse all negative effects from the target of its attack. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up. That's right, that's right. I almost forgot about that. Hurry up and stab yourself. With Su Xiaolan's encouragement, Enlin's evil-slaying sword took on a pure and flawless color. It glowed with a holy light and appeared to be the epitome of perfection. Enlin's heart was filled with confidence upon seeing this, and he immediately stabbed the evil-slaying sword into the hole beside his own body. The closer it was to the wound, the more effective the healing would be. Splat, blood splattered through the air, and Lin endured the excruciating pain. Activate. 10 seconds later, the power of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's divine Tao reciprocation was still wreaking havoc within Enlin's body. Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi all looked on with dumbstruck expressions. Everyone suddenly fell silent. What's going on? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but ask, Isn't the purification technique instantaneous? Enlin threw up another mouthful of blood, and he stared at the wound with a dumbstruck expression. Why is this happening? Why isn't my hack working? Chapter 1640. And Lin, who had been as calm as an old dog a moment ago, was now truly panicking. He could only place his final hope on the sword in his hand. Little Xie, what's going on? Where's your purification? Little Xie's childish voice sounded, No, I can cleanse all negative effects. But this divine Tao backlash is not a negative effect. Furthermore, it's not just Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's power of the divine Tao. It's also imbued with the paramount laws of heaven and earth. Unless I can sever the paramount laws of heaven and earth, I won't be able to cleanse the power within your body. Her words caused everyone's expression to change. Who would have thought Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong would be able to unleash such a powerful counterattack in its final moments? Dongfang Zhuangshi was shocked. all Tao integration stage, super mighty figures were not to be underestimated. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure that was on the brink of God of creation stage. To think that it would be able to use its own death and the laws of heaven and earth to unleash this final counterattack. And Lin could use the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth to strike it to death, but it could also use the laws of heaven and earth to kill Lin. What was an eye for an eye? This was an eye for an eye. What do we do? The power of the divine Tao within and Lin's body became more and more violent, and the true intent of the Tao technique felt like it was about to explode his head. He could only clutch his head in agony. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi could only look on helplessly. This was a dead end with no solution. However, right at this moment, a pleasant cry suddenly erupted in the distance. Giant and Lin! Tina quickly flew toward Lin as a divine light burst forth from her body, and a paramount divine might erupted from her body. Get in here! She rushed toward Lin and unleashed a ball of light that enshrouded Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi before unleashing an extremely powerful spatial power. Dongfang Zhuangshi was very curious, and he didn't resist this power. Whoosh! Everyone's figures disappeared into the void. In the next instant, they arrived in a brand new world. This is the new world. Dongfang Zhuangshi was astonished. Tina appeared before Lin and the others. She was so beautiful that there was not a single blemish on her face. Her slender and perfect body, as well as her godly aura that could not tolerate even the slightest bit of blasphemy, made people want to kneel at her feet. In the divine mirror world, even Su Xiaolan, who possessed the purest vermilion bird bloodline, had to admit that she was inferior to her. She was the most perfect goddess in this world. Tina flew over to Lin and placed a soft, fair hand on Lin's chest. Don't resist, giant Lin. Relax. Her words had a special calming power that made Lin's nervousness dissipate. A burst of extremely gentle warmth that was imbued with supreme power spread throughout Lin's body. The rampaging energy on Lin's body actually began to calm down, and the golden runes on his skin also quickly dissipated, receding like the tide. An elated expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she clenched her fists tightly in an attempt to repress her excitement. Dongfang Zhuangshi drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. There's no mistaking these energy fluctuations. Tina, you're a god of creation. Tina turned to glance at Dongfang Zhuangshi upon hearing this, and a mesmerizing smile appeared on her face. She didn't deny his speculation. So this is the world you created? But isn't this world supposed to be fixed in one place? How could you pull us in just because you said so? Dongfang Zhuangshi was still dumbstruck. Tina naturally wasn't going to tell him that the divine mirror world had already fused as one with her. She merely smiled politely before continuing to focus on healing Lin. In the divine mirror world, she was a god. She was the heavens. Even when faced with the divine Tao reciprocation of the paramount laws of the Taichu continent, she was able to forcibly repress that extremely vast power. And Lin was astonished upon seeing this. Little Na, you can already use the power of the divine mirror world to interfere with the residual power of the Taichu continent. He knew that the divine mirror world was on a lower level than the Taichu continent. If she were to forcibly use the power of the heavens in the divine mirror world to interfere with the paramount laws of the Taichu continent, a faint smile appeared on Tina's face. There will be some side effects, but it's all right for you. And Lin's heart was filled with guilt and grief at the sight of her relaxed and determined smile. I'm sorry, little Na, it's all because of me. And Lin apologized. Don't ever say that. Tina glared at Lin, and her emerald eyes glowed brightly as she said, Little Na only has this world because of you. So what if I have to destroy this world for you? It's all worth it as long as I can save you. And Lin was touched by her words. Su Xiaolan and Dongfang Zhuangshi were both astonished. Soon, the violent power within and Lin's body was forcibly repressed, and the Tao intent was compressed into a spherical crystal by Tina's unfathomable technique before being placed within and Lin's body. I've already erased all of the harmful divine Tao energy from Emperor Yu Qiong's body. As for the divine Tao true intent and inheritance, I've compressed them into a small ball. You can slowly absorb them, Giant Enlin. Tina withdrew her hand from Enlin's chest with a slightly pale smile on her face. Slowly absorb them. Enlin faltered slightly upon hearing this. A sly smile appeared on Tina's face. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong has repaid evil with kindness and left you such a precious gift before it died. Don't you want to accept it? Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. And Lin also nodded with a smile. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's actions are truly selfless and selfless, so I'll gladly accept it. He sensed the Tao true intent within the ball within his body. The method of fusing the Tao into jade was quite unique, and it could indeed be developed. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong would probably never have thought that its final dying attack would become a precious gift to Enlin. This was all thanks to Tina. Enlin couldn't hack, but that was fine. He could just use his Beast Pets hack. However, there are some side effects. Tina hesitated momentarily before speaking. What side effects? Enlin instantly became quite nervous. Tina replied, when you absorb Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's Tao intent, your body will also assimilate with its divine Tao, which means that you'll become a jade person. Become a jade person? And Lin was a little dumbstruck. But that's all right. You'll only be able to become a jade person temporarily. You'll be able to transform back once you completely master that power, Tina consoled. And Lin could only reluctantly agree upon hearing this. Becoming a jade person for a period of time should be no problem. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's ability was quite interesting. In order to obtain this ability, Enlin gritted his teeth and decided to continue absorbing the Tao intent. Chapter 1641. Enlin's latent illness was forcibly eradicated by Tina. Everyone returned to their original world. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Tina, Enlin, and Su Xiaolan reappeared in the Heavenly Beast Mountain Ranges. The main mountain of the Heavenly Beast Mountain Ranges, the Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, had already been reduced to dust. As for the entire Heavenly Beast Mountain Ranges, it had also been ravaged beyond recognition by 100 mythological beasts. This really is a miraculous power. We can hide in Tina's world if we encounter any danger. Dongfang Zhuangshi exclaimed in amazement. That won't do. We'll have to come out from the same coordinates we entered from. Tina shook her head. If we escape into the divine mirror world, there'll be countless slaughter formations waiting for us outside, and we really won't be able to escape. And Lin had a different opinion. They might not wait for us, even if we suddenly disappear from where we were standing, as they don't know that we can only come back from where we disappeared. If we stay in the divine mirror world for 10 days to half a month, our enemies might not even be able to stand it and leave. Giant Enlin is right. Tina's eyes lit up. At this moment, the lightning clouds above Enlin's head surged and roared again. Hee, sorry to keep you waiting. Enlin looked up at the golden void lightning in the sky with an apologetic expression. The golden void lightning roared with rage. First, they were used by Enlin to kill Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. Then, Enlin suddenly disappeared from this world and only returned after a long time. Over and over again, did the golden void lightning have no face? Even if it had to represent the might of the heavens, it was going to blast this arrogant be** starred to death. And Lin pulled out a spirit cigarette and held it in his mouth. Lend me a light. Boom! The golden void lightning lit up heaven and earth and ignited in Lin's spirit cigarette. And Lin took a deep puff of the spirit cigarette, and his entire body was cleansed by a smoky energy before slowly exhaling. If he could wear a pair of sunglasses, he would look even better, Su Xiaolan. Dongfang Zhuangshi was completely dumbstruck. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant when transcending a tribulation. It was one thing to use heavenly lightning to strike the enemy, but now he even dared to use heavenly lightning to smoke. And Lin finished his cigarette and calmed the chaotic energy in his body. Then he said, "All right, we can start now. Hurry up." The tribulation, clouds in the sky, surged violently again. The golden void lightning couldn't help but fall one bolt after another. The lightning illuminated heaven and earth. Its power could shatter the void. And Lin stood on the ground and spread open his arms to welcome the devastating golden void lightning. The might of the golden void lightning coursed through his body in a frenzy, and his skin became even more translucent and translucent as the golden void lightning wreaked havoc on his body, elevating his physical strength once again. There was also a lot of lightning energy that flowed into his sea of vital energy like a series of small streams. And Kirin opened his mouth wide and drank them to his heart's content. 10 bolts of thunder, 20 bolts of thunder, 30 bolts of thunder, 40 bolts of thunder, 50 bolts of thunder, and Lin's aura also climbed steadily as the divine lightning crashed down upon him. A perplexed expression appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. Isn't one supposed to transcend a small lightning tribulation before progressing to the return to void stage? Normally, there aren't 49 bolts of golden void lightning, so why is it that Enlin has over 50 bolts of golden void lightning? Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. You've been with Enlin for a long time now, so why are you still looking at Enlin like this? Dongfang Zhuangshi choked upon hearing this, and he was at a loss for words. That's right, Enlin wasn't normal at all. So why should his tribulation transcendence be normal as well? The golden void, lightning in the sky, was still rumbling. Bolts of earth-shattering, golden void, heavenly lightning fell one after another, and only after 81 bolts did the lightning finally dissipate. Dongfang Zhuangshi's lips twitched. He had transcended a small lightning tribulation as many times as a soul formation stage, Cultivator, transcending to the return to void stage, and the power of the lightning tribulation was on a completely different level. This lightning tribulation is very ordinary, Tina suddenly said. Isn't it better to be ordinary? It's better to be safe. Su Xiaolan heaved a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Dongfang Zhuangshi. Ordinary? A small lightning tribulation, transcendence, of 81 bolts, was ordinary? Our understanding of ordinary isn't the same. His tribulation transcendence proceeded smoothly, and Lin's cultivation base had already stabilized at the return to void intermediate stage. The aura emanating from his body was extremely powerful, as if there was some kind of special power imbued within his body. The rumbling of thunder grew softer and softer, and the tribulation clouds in the sky above also dissipated. Heaven and earth returned to normal, and it was quite clear that his tribulation transcendence had concluded. Dongfang Zhuangshi heaved a sigh of relief, and he joined his hands in a congratulatory salute. Congratulations, Mr. Enlin, on progressing to the return to void intermediate stage today. Haha, congratulations to you too. And Lin returned the salute. At this moment, a green figure flew toward him before crashing into his warm, fragrant arms. This is great, Enlin. Congratulations. Su Xiaolan hugged Enlin with excitement in her eyes, and Lin could feel the scorching, soft body of the woman in front of him, and he could smell her alluring fragrance. Isn't it a little too easy to congratulate you like this? And Lin chuckled. What else do you want? Su Xiaolan released Enlin with curiosity in her eyes, and Lin pouted, but he didn't need to say anything. You. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's flawless cheeks, and her chest rose and fell as if she was struggling with an internal conflict. In the end, she made up her mind, closed her eyes, and leaned forward to plant a ferocious kiss on Enlin's cheek. Ah, and Lin's mouth gaped open with disappointment on his face. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon seeing Lin's reaction, and she stuck out her little tongue in a mischievous manner. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of seduction, but he just couldn't get what he wanted. Dongfang Zhuangshi burped before running over to heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's body. I told you, so what if you absorbed the chaotic life core into your body? I'll get it out sooner or later. A faint smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face as he plunged a hand into heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's chest, upon which a peculiar red light erupted from his palm, as if he were trying to pull something out. Soon, a prismatic crystal as dazzling as a star materialized in his palm, which he pulled out. Finally, I've finally got you. Dongfang Zhuangshi was extremely excited. He stowed the crystal away into his storage ring before plucking heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's storage ring before tossing it toward Lin. Mr. Lin, seeing as you've inherited heavenly venerate Yu Qiong's Tao intent, why don't you inherit his wealth as well? Dongfang Zhuangshi suggested with a smile, and Lin caught the storage ring with a smile on his face. You're such a smart little thing. Some people only understood how good they were when they lost them. For example, heavenly venerate Yu Qiong. After losing it, Lin discovered that not only had heavenly venerate Yu Qiong left him the true intent of its Tao technique, but had also left him a massive amount of wealth as well. Chapter 1642. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for too long. And Lin put away his storage ring. I have to go back to the Celestial Court as well, so I'll come with you, Dongfang Zhuangshi chimed in, with another mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage accompanying him, and Lin's journey would be much more assured. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Tina, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Gluttony all flew toward the kingdom of the 9 states. Unbeknownst to them, there was already a large group of Heavenly Human Tribe United Army gathered at the border of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, and they were advancing relentlessly. The phenomenon of Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's death had affected the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. It would be a miracle if the Heavenly Human Tribe United Army on the northern front didn't know about this. They had already activated their Heavenly Eye, which could encompass the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool, to observe the movements of Lin and the others. They were silently gathering their powerful beings to wipe out all of the enemies who had invaded the sinister spirit beast cesspool. A heavenly human tribe, great general with a terrifying aura half knelt onto the ground with a respectful expression. According to the information provided by the spectators, the enemies are Lin of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, the Pavilion Lord of the Flame Pavilion, the Divine Phoenix Maiden, and the Itinerant Cultivator, the Demonic Blood Kirin. A black shadow flashed through the sky, obscuring the sun in the sky as if night had fallen. However, this was actually only an earthy divine dragon that was over 150 kilometers in length. A group of heavenly human tribe powerful beings stood on the back of this earthy divine dragon, which resembled a small floating continent. A humanoid being with an ethereal and illusory figure and a divine halo above its head was sitting on the divine throne, its fingers drumming incessantly on the armrest. An ethereal yet extremely pleasant voice sounded. This Lin really doesn't know when to stop. How long has it only been since the events on the southern front? To think that he would dare to wreak havoc in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Heavenly illusion god, and Lin is definitely not going to get away this time. An extremely tall and broad man in a heavenly human robe with an unfathomable aura spoke with a smile. We must not be careless. In our heavenly god realm's assessment, and Lin's combat strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary heavenly god. In addition to all the things he has done in the past, we can't be too cautious. It's a pity that light, earth and ocean are being held back. Otherwise, there would be no need for us to prepare so many things. We could just charge forward. A white ball sighed. It was surrounded by countless black balls like satellites. There was also an extremely beautiful divine halo above its head. A heavenly god wearing a gray robe floated in the air like a fluttering flag. The divine halo above his head was a grayish-brown color, and sharp fangs could be seen under his dark facial features. He said with a faint voice, "It doesn't matter. As long as we can drag Lin and the others into my soul world, everything will be settled." Beneath the heavenly gods, the earthy yellow lizard god dragon trembled as it listened. So many legendary heavenly gods were actually seriously conspiring on how to kill Lin. Had Lin already grown to this extent? One had to realize that any one of the heavenly gods here was capable of annihilating an entire world. It was a Tao integration stage divine dragon, yet it could only tremble beneath their feet. It couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. And these terrifying heavenly gods, 2 heavenly human tribe, heavenly gods, and 3 heavenly gods were conspiring on how to keep Lin in the sinister spirit beast cesspool forever. It had initially been a little skeptical about Lin's glorious feats, but now it just had to admit that the world had most likely still underestimated Lin. To be treated with such respect by 5 heavenly gods, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin was a god of creation. This was why Lin was so dejected. Other cultivators would always encounter enemies who underestimated them before sending their underlings to beat them up. This was a gradual process that would lead to success. However, his enemies always wanted to bomb him at this moment in the southeastern region of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, and the others were traveling quickly through space. They knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so they decided to return to the Kingdom of the 9 States as quickly as possible. And Lin turned to the middle-aged man beside him with a curious expression. "You risked your life for that chaotic life core? What's it for?" Dongfang Zhuangshi fell silent for a moment upon hearing Lin's words. "I guess I can tell you. We're comrades who have gone through thick and thin together. Also, you should know about this as well." "I should know about this as well?" And Lin was astonished. What did this have to do with him? Ahem. Well, you've also experienced that incident with Dongfang Mingjie, right? Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little apologetic, and Lin thought back to that city where time had been frozen. He thought back to that gentle female doctor and that scorching slap to the face. I remember, and Lin nodded. He would probably remember that slap for the rest of his life. He had swallowed Dongfang Zhuangshi's Kirin blood jade, and after entering the city where time had been frozen, he somehow fell into Dongfang Zhuangshi's dream realm, upon which he encountered Dongfang Mingjie. Then slap, slap, slap. Of course, this slap, slap, slap was a series of scorching slaps. And Lin swore that he had never been slapped so many times in his entire life. This chaotic life core is the key to saving her, Dongfang Zhuangshi said. You found a way to save her. And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded with a peculiar expression before shaking his head. The chaotic life core can only allow her to live without the interference of time. However, I haven't found a way to reconnect the past with the present. And Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. A bold idea suddenly occurred to him. He set aside that bold idea for now and rummaged through Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's storage ring. As the most powerful being in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong should have a lot of treasures. And Lin refined the storage ring and looked inside, upon which he was a little dumbstruck. What kind of crap is this? And Lin took a deep breath. He discovered that the storage ring was filled with the organs and remains of all types of ferocious beasts, some of which were exuding extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. It was quite clear that these ferocious beasts had been extremely powerful when they were alive. And Lin suddenly thought back to the 100 mythological beast mystic technique that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong had used. Could it be that the mystic technique had something to do with these remains? Aside from the random stuff, he He was also elated to discover that Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong had over 160 million spirit stones. This was the wealthiest super mighty figure he had killed. He then calculated his total assets to find that he had 2 billion spirit stones, including Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's. This amount of money should make him a tycoon in the cultivation world, right? Aside from that, he also discovered a pile of spirit tools, spirit pills, and spirit materials. There were 8 immortal tools, 16 immortal pills, 20 immortal rank materials, and 1 divine rank material. And Lin could take the immortal tools and exchange them for immortal swords if he had the chance. As for the immortal pills and immortal rank materials, and Lin gave all of them to Su Xiaolan. He even gave the divine rank material to Su Xiaolan. This was a Dragon Tribe Dao integration stage essential skeleton, which was of the same attribute as Su Xiaolan. He was quite generous to his beast pets and his wife. However, Lin was the MVP of this battle, so he wasn't at a disadvantage either. He looked at the item in the storage ring that attracted him the most. This was a crystalline disc with countless specks of blue light floating within it. From the energy fluctuations emanating from it, he could tell that this was a pinnacle divine tool. Chapter 1643. No one could imagine just how rare a divine tool was. This was an item imbued with the great fortune of heaven and earth. Some Dao integration stage, super mighty figures didn't even have a single divine tool. From this, one could see just how precious a divine tool was. However, Lin had discovered a pinnacle divine tool in Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong's storage ring. This was the top dog of all divine tools, so how could he not be excited? Tina also looked at the crystalline disc in Lin's hand with a peculiar light in her eyes. Is this the thing that can detect my tracking divine technique? She recalled that Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong had only discovered her after bringing out this crystalline disc. Tina's tracking technique was the most advanced tracking technique she had ever created in the divine mirror world. However, it was discovered by Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong, and the situation continued to worsen, which made her feel quite guilty. Now that she had finally seen the culprit, she couldn't help but become curious. And Lin didn't know what this divine tool was either, so he activated his divine inspection technique. A string of information instantly appeared in his mind. Karma Star Protection Divine Disc, a protective divine tool forged from the fortune of the Big Dipper. It is connected directly to the essence of karma and can be used to divine karma. It can also be used to set up a spell formation in advance to summon the power of stars for defense. And Lin read this information aloud. Everyone was astonished to hear this. No wonder Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong didn't use this divine tool in battle. It can only be activated by setting up a spell formation in advance. Su Xiaolan murmured to herself. Dongfang Zhuangshi became even more excited. Karma Divine Tool. Most importantly, it's a Karma Divine Tool. I don't need to tell you how rare a divine tool like this is. And Lin nodded with an elated expression. Not bad. This is a good item. Will a protective divine tool forged from the fortune of the Big Dipper in the sky be able to increase its wielder's luck? I'm afraid not. And Lin shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Yu Cheong had it, but it was still killed by us. Tina was speechless. Karma Star Protection Divine Disc. And Lin frowned slightly as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. I feel like I've seen this disc somewhere before. A smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. A pinnacle divine tool like this is one of a kind in this world. Even if you've seen one before, it's probably just a coincidence in terms of appearance. There's no way this divine disc can compare to it. And Lin didn't say anything as he pulled out another roulette from his storage ring. The roulette was bronze in color, and it was even slightly black. Amidst its simplicity, it exuded a murderous aura. In terms of temperament, it was worlds apart from the Karma Star Protection Divine Disc, which was in the form of a white crystal. However, its appearance was surprisingly similar. The surface of the disc was faintly viscous, as if it contained a starry sky. This was the starless sky of slaughter formation disk that he had obtained from the Dark Knight Monarch, and it was an extremely mysterious object that even his divine inspection technique was unable to identify. Because it was too mysterious, and Lin couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it, and he kept it in his storage ring. Now, and Lin discovered the similarities between the starless sky of slaughter formation disk and the Karma Star protection divine disk. Not only are they similar in appearance, but even their names are quite similar. And Lin smiled. He unleashed his divine inspection technique, but he was still unable to identify the starless sky of slaughter formation disk. Thus, he could only activate the Karma Star protection divine disk, upon which countless blue particles danced on the roulette. Whoosh! It seemed to have been triggered. The starless sky of slaughter formation disk cracked and crumbled. Everyone stared at the starless sky of slaughter formation disk with astonishment on their faces. Could it be that this disk had been traumatized by the aura of a pinnacle divine tool, so it decided to commit suicide? Bam! The starless sky of slaughter formation disk exploded. To put it more accurately, its outer shell had exploded, revealing its inner core. A dark, starry sky appeared before everyone's eyes. Countless stars shimmered with indistinct light in the darkness of space. They were very faint, but they were extremely mesmerizing, and they were even struck by the urge to jump into this starry sky and be with the stars forever. And Lin held the starless sky of slaughter formation disk in his right hand, and he felt as if he were holding an entire universe. Boom! Extremely terrifying energy fluctuations also erupted at this moment. The starless sky of slaughter formation disk tremored again, and boundless killing intent erupted forth before crashing toward the Karma Star protection divine disk in Lin's left hand. The Karma Star protection divine disk was not to be outdone, and it unleashed a layer of starry light before crashing toward the starless sky of slaughter formation disk as well. Bam! The two disks collided, and energy exploded violently, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and the others were all immobilized by the shockwave of energy, and they were even unable to traverse through space. Stop! Stop right now! And Lin scolded in a loud voice. However, the two plates, neither of which paid attention to their owners, collided once again. Bam! 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 Energy surged violently and space crumbled. Everyone was dumbstruck. How much did they hate each other? How much did they hate each other? And Lin was beginning to suspect that he was a fake master. He had refined them, but they refused to listen to Lin. And Lin immediately charged toward the Karma Star protection divine disk and grabbed it before tossing it into his storage ring. The starless sky of slaughter formation disk abruptly faltered, and its killing intent also slowly receded. Phew! It's finally over. And Lin stared at the starless sky of slaughter formation disk in his hand with a gloomy expression. Is this your true appearance? What's with that outer shell? It can even block my divine inspection technique. Was it left behind by some unimaginably powerful mighty figure? If that really was the case, then how could the Dark Knight Monarch possess something of that caliber? And Lin repressed his confusion before unleashing his divine inspection technique on the starless sky of slaughter formation disk again. Starless sky of slaughter formation disk. A special disk refined from 99 killing stars by Dalord Luya. A formation can be set up in advance to draw upon the power of stars to kill enemies. The information was very simple, but Enlin was dumbstruck. A special disk refined by Dalord Luya? Enlin thought back to the shameless old grandpa who had tossed the system to him. A pure and innocent youth, his hands trembled. And he almost dropped the starless sky of slaughter formation disk. F***CK off. Not only did he toss the system to me, but now he wants me to take over. I'm not going to take over. Starless sky of slaughter formation disk? Go to hell. And Lin picked up the disk and was just about to throw it away. However, thinking about it carefully, this disk was probably pretty bad *SS. It was refined from 99 killing stars, so its power should be unimaginable, right? One used the power of stars to kill enemies, while the other used the power of stars to protect itself. So it was no wonder that the two discs were able to fight. The Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation disc and the Karma Star Protection Divine disc had to be immeasurably valuable, so it would be a pity to throw it away, and Lin was conflicted for a second before silently putting the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation disc back into his storage ring. Chapter 1644. And Lin accepted the two discs. One filled him with elation, while the other made him quite uneasy. He had already associated Tao Lord Lu Ye with being a scammer. This was something that Tao Lord Lu Ye couldn't take off for now. And Lin set the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation disc aside for now. He was more interested in the Karma Star Protection Divine disc. After sealing the Starless Sky of Slaughter Formation disc, he brought out the Karma Star Protection Divine disc again before inspecting it with curiosity in his eyes. From its appearance, the disc was very beautiful. It was the epitome of beauty among weapons. The pristine, white, crystalline disc had perfect lines running along its surface, which outlined a clear starry sky with the Holy Big Dipper constellation shimmering within. Blue particles of light danced on the disc, as if they were telling countless stories. Isn't it able to predict karma and fortune? Why don't we get it to do some divination for us? Dongfang Zhuangshi sidled up to Enlin with a curious expression. This is a pinnacle divine tool of karma, so its divination should be very accurate, Su Xiaolan chimed in. And Lin also wanted to test out the disc's firepower, so he immediately activated the crystalline disc. The blue particles of light began to dance rapidly. Finally, they condensed into a young and handsome man of light who was more than 10 centimeters tall, a beautiful and graceful girl of light, an old man with fluttering beard and hair, a Shota, a lowly, and a baby on the crystal wheel. This is the first time Master has activated the divine tool, so please choose one of the tool spirits. An extremely mechanical and emotionless voice sounded, and Lin was astonished. He could choose the tool spirit for a divine tool? What a high-end tool. He looked at the beautiful young woman and involuntarily extended a hand toward her, and Lin's hand suddenly faltered in midair, and he turned toward the woman in a jade dress before pointing at the lowly. I choose this one. Xiaolan might get jealous if he chose the young woman. He could just choose the lowly. I'm so smart. And Lin was ecstatic to hear this. Master has chosen the little girl mode. The divine tool's effects are now officially activated, the mechanical voice sounded, and the remaining particles of light began to disappear, leaving only a lowly in a white Lolita dress with her hair in twin ponytails standing on the crystalline disc. A soft and pleasant voice began to ring out. Master, I'm your artifact spirit. Xiaofu, what are your orders? The twin-tailed lowly raised her head and cupped her fists together. She stared at Enlin with her big bright eyes, looking very cute. And Lin was very satisfied. He had made the right choice. Su Xiaolan stared in bewilderment at Enlin, who was chuckling. She felt that he was a pervert. Are you Xiaofu? What a nice name. I like it. And Lin laughed. The lowly smiled sweetly. Master, the name Xiaofu has other meanings. It symbolizes happiness and good fortune. It can bring you good luck. And Lin's heart melted at the sight of such a cute and polite lowly. He nodded incessantly. Yes, yes, yes. Then, little sister Xiaofu, please divine my fortune. All right. Xiaofu is the best at divination. She knows heaven and earth and can control karma with 100% accuracy. Xiaofu made all types of hand seals with a smile. The crystalline disc quickly rotated, and starlight flashed as a peculiar ripple proliferated through the air. Everyone felt as if they had been scanned through. Not only that, but they were also being scrutinized and analyzed. 1 minute later, the smile on Xiaofu's face gradually disappeared, and Lin was a little nervous. What's wrong? What's the result? Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't help but ask. Xiao Fu heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh. I've only just gotten to know a new master, and he's going to die again. How boring, how boring. And Lin. Su Xiaolan was astonished. What do you mean by that? Xiao Fu looked at Lin with a sympathetic expression. Enjoy your final moments. I'm going to bed now. Bye-bye. Xiao Fu's body transformed into specks of blue light and disappeared right before everyone's astonished eyes. This. And Lin's eyes widened as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Xiao Fu seems to have divined something very extraordinary. Tina, who was sitting on Lin's shoulder, was the first to speak. It's not just extraordinary, it's absolutely terrifying. What's with Xiao Fu's morning expression? And Lin clasped a hand over his chest and repressed the urge to throw up blood.*Didn't you say choosing Xiao Fu would bring luck? Didn't you say Xiao Fu symbolizes happiness and fortune? You gave me my first F** king time, and you're telling me to enjoy my final moments? Su Xiaolan paused for a moment, and when she said, I've only just gotten to know a new master and he's going to die again, it sounded like she was a nemesis of master. Otherwise, why would she use the word again? Is that the point? A chill ran down Dongfang Zhuangshi's spine. Shouldn't the main point be enjoy your final moments? She's saying that not only isn't Lin going to die, but all of us are going to die as well. Everyone's expressions instantly darkened upon hearing this. Could she be trying to scare us? Gluttony trembled uncontrollably. That's impossible. A pinnacle divine tool wouldn't make jokes like this. We might really be in trouble, and it's a karmic divine tool that's convinced us that we're going to die no matter what. A disconsolate expression appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. It's very possible that we're going to encounter something on our way back. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. Almost everyone thought of what kind of enemy it might be. The heavenly human tribe. A heavenly god. The only enemy on the Taichu continent that could kill them was the heavenly human tribe. Xiao Fu, do you know of any way to resolve this? And Lin placed his hopes on the crystal disc in his hand again. Xiao Fu's mellow voice sounded from the crystal disc. There's no hope. Just wait for death. And Lin, everyone, what the F***ck? They had finally obtained a pinnacle divine tool, but it couldn't even think of a way to resolve it and was telling its owner to wait for death? Was this divine tool a fake? Our previous battle must have attracted an extremely terrifying enemy. It's very likely that the enemy is lying in ambush on our way back. And Lin mused, what do we do now? Su Xiaolan asked with a panicked expression, should we go around the opposite shore realm? It's very likely that we're already being monitored by our enemies. It's not a matter of which direction we go. And Lin pulled out his voice transmission talisman to call for reinforcements, only to find that he couldn't send out any signals, as if his voice had been blocked by a power that encompassed heaven and earth. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, the space up ahead was suddenly sealed. It was as if an iron bucket had appeared, and in Lin, Su Xiaolan, Tina, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Gluttony were forced out of their spatial teleportation state at the same time. Chapter 1645. And Lin and the others were greeted by a scene that sent chills running down their spines. Under the blue sky, an earthy yellow divine dragon blotted out the entire sky. Each time it flapped its wings, gale-force winds would sweep up for over 100 kilometers. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were a dozen or so figures standing on its back. There was a primordial demonic bear with spiky fur all over its body. There was a 1,000-change divine monkey-clad in a suit of golden armor. There were 7 heaven pioneer, stage, great generals. There were 2 heavenly human tribe living beings, whose cultivation bases even in Lin couldn't fathom. There were 3 divine beings with paramount divine halos above their heads, and Lin didn't know who they were, but they all exuded an aura that he couldn't afford to mess with. They were undoubtedly heavenly god-level powerful beings. There were 15 enemies in total. There weren't many of them, but each and every one of them possessed astonishing power that could crush an entire realm. Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes widened, and his flesh crawled. What kind of army was this? He was just an ordinary little beast at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and he was only here to retrieve something important. What did he do to deserve such a lavish treatment from his enemies? With this in mind, he turned to Enlin with an exasperated expression. Do they want to kill you this badly? Enlin rubbed his nose with an awkward expression. Uncle, you know that I'm quite popular among the heavenly human tribe. Dongfang Zhuangshi felt like his liver was hurting. You call this F** king popular? This was called hatred to the bone, right? I regret it. How did I end up on the same boat as you? Dongfang Zhuangshi wailed with grief. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He really wanted to smash his own head with a punch. What was he thinking that made him decide to return to the kingdom of the 9 states with Enlin? When the heavenly gods saw him leaving with Enlin, they would definitely think that he and Enlin were accomplices. There was no way he could clear his name now. Instead of complaining, why don't we think about how to resolve our current predicament? Su Xiaolan suggested, and Lin heaved a faint sigh. I finally understand why Xiao Fu told us to enjoy our final moments. Who would have thought that our enemies would be so terrifying? Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi had been through an arduous battle, and they were already quite exhausted. Even at their peak, the 3 of them could only deal with 1 heavenly god if they joined forces. But now there were 5 heavenly gods in addition. There were 3 Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, and 7 heaven pioneer stage great generals. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem like there was a way out. This was a hopeless situation. It's very likely that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong's heaven and earth whale of anguish has drawn them here. Tina speculated. Let's think about how to solve our current predicament, Su Xiaolan reiterated. Tina's expression instantly collapsed. It's exactly because I can't think of a way to solve the problem that I'm saying things that are wise in hindsight to ease the tension. Hearing this, everyone began to feel stifled. That's right. What method could he use to break out of this situation? They wanted to say some nonsense to ease the tension. They couldn't think of anything else to do. At this moment, the earth-shattering roar of a primordial beast erupted in the distance. Roar. Sect leader Enlin of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. I didn't think you would have the guts to invade our sinister spirit beast cesspool. The primordial demonic bear's aura erupted into the heavens. You killed the divine Bat Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Yu Qiong. And you still want to run? Don't be too naive. Today is the day you die. I'm going to use your blood to pay tribute to the dead divine Bat Emperor and Yu Qiong. And Lin shot a cold glance at the primordial demonic bear. A Tao integration initial stage piece of trash doesn't have the right to bark here. Someone else talk to me. Roar. The primordial demonic bear flared up with rage. At this moment, a mighty voice erupted. And Lin, are you surprised? An extremely tall and broad man in a cloud and mist heavenly robe with an unfathomable aura around him spoke. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. I didn't think that you would mobilize so many heavenly gods just to kill me. I remember that you're all guardians, right? Do you want the Northern Heavenly Gate anymore? We have our own considerations, so you don't need to worry about that. An ethereal heavenly god, sitting on a divine throne, chuckled in a gentle voice. A heavenly god with sharp fangs protruding from his dark features spoke in a cold voice. And Lin, we're already monitoring your every move. There's a spell formation in a radius of over 5,000 kilometers to kill you. You can't even use voice transmission talismans here, and no one will respond to you. If you surrender and enter the soul realm, the heavenly soul god will grant you a more comfortable death. And Lin's eyes flashed, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I surrender. Can you spare my life? Humph. And Lin, you've killed so many heavenly gods and heavenly human tribe, heavenly gods of our heavenly Tao, and you still want to live. Don't you know that you've already been listed as one of our top 10 must-kill living beings? A white ball with an extremely beautiful divine halo above its head roared, and Lin's lips twitched imperceptibly. Top 10 must-kill living beings? It was quite a depressing thing to be held in such high regard by the heavenly Tao. It was no wonder that 5 terrifying heavenly god realm existences were sent to stop him. Sigh, couldn't they have come one by one? And Lin expressed his strong disapproval toward the heavenly god's attitude toward his enemies. Even though he was in despair, he couldn't show it. He could only maintain his calm facade and try to stall for time. I possess the power of many heavenly gods. Don't you think it's a pity to kill me? If you accept my surrender, I can definitely be of great help to you. The green-haired heavenly goddess chuckled. All right, we can accept your surrender. Our mission is to kill all humans. Kill that woman next to you to express your sincerity. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted forth. It was as if a paramount god had descended from the heavens with raging flames of fury. The primordial demonic bear and the 1,000-change divine monkey were both struck by an instinctive sense of horror as they stared at the white-robed man in the distance, as if they were going to be engulfed by his flames of fury in the next second. Not only them, but even the green-haired heavenly goddess was struck by an indescribable sense of pressure. That aura was clearly targeted at her. So be it, I've changed my mind. And Lin's eyes were imbued with a paramount divine might. I really don't like you, so I'll kill you first. All of the heavenly gods smiled indifferently, as if they were looking at an ant struggling on its deathbed. And Lin's storage ring flashed, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand, which he immediately crushed. There's a jade talisman that can transmit coordinates here. The heavenly soul, God's expression darkened, and it waved a hand through the air, upon which an invisible soul power cage appeared between heaven and earth, isolating everything from the outside world. However, at this moment, a bolt of golden void lightning tore a massive hole into its cage. An invisible aura passed through the hole before disappearing into the boundless void. Hurry up and come here. A Grandmaster construction, Cultivator. And Lin spoke with an excited expression.